to the 7th annual SCN8A Clinician, Researcher, and Family Gathering. My name is Casey Cray. You may know me as Stella's mom or the Cute Syndrome Foundation moderator and social emotional program director. Over the last year and a half, I've mainly hosted our virtual events, but tonight I have the pleasure of standing up here in person with our clinicians, researchers, and industry partners as our wonderful families get to view at home. I will say, as happy as I am to be here tonight, I will miss hosting this event in my pajama pants, and I can only hope that my hosting skills are as lively in person as they are online. As I always say before we get started, we do have some housekeeping items. All right, so if you have attended our gathering before, you know that we always run over time. Not just 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, an hour? So tonight, that is no exception, that our time is tight as we're trying to make up for the last 2 years. But we have a plan. So tonight we are hybrid. Some of our presentations will be live here in Chicago, and some have been pre-recorded. Whether you are here in this room or viewing at home, we would like everyone to follow along in our virtual platform called Hopin. During presentations, please type all of your questions in the Hopin chat box. Researchers and clinicians, please feel free to answer those questions in the chat box thread while presentations are taking place. You will find a handy QR code on the back of your name badge that will take you directly to Hopin. Just to remember, if we're all in Hopin on our computers and phones, to make sure that those are silenced or muted so we don't have everybody listening to the video and here in person. All right, next thing, during dinner break, we have a PowerPoint that will be running on a continuous loop. It will update you on the Cute Syndrome Foundation grant announcement, survey results, and showcase a Ask Me Anything opportunity for you clinicians, researchers, and industry partners in here today. It allows you to email questions for our families back home. So tomorrow during our family event, we will ask those families your questions, gather their feedback, and get that back to you. This is a unique opportunity for everyone in this room to ask families about their day-to-day lives, their fears, their struggles, their goals. Anything you feel might give you insight into their lives. More information will be provided on the PowerPoint during your dinner break. All right, please take a moment throughout tonight to also visit our expo within the Hopin. You will find very heartwarming moth storytelling videos from SCN8A parents, videos of our SCN8A kiddos, and our SCN8A Italia updates, and the infamous SCN8A 101 by Eric Wingert. And lastly, those of you that are here with us tonight, please feel free to comfortably distance yourselves within the room. We have plenty of room to spread out and for you to create your own space. There are several of us that are COVID testing often and traveling together, so you might notice us taking our mask off from time to time, but otherwise masks are required and distancing is encouraged. And now we begin. All of us know how important this gathering is to our community. Recently, several parents participated in a moth storytelling workshop, and Dianelli Cabrera said it best, why it's so important to us.
As a most special needs parent of a child with very gradual completion. And I want to advise my children. She was there, she was just awesome. Then the SCN8A program. Then for the first time, I got people that exactly what I was feeling. I wasn't kidding. God has a special impact speech. It's very lonely. You know, this thoughts over here. And That was much refreshing than I've ever been. I don't have to be these perfect strangers, and I especially want to be early that there are pieces of foundation. And I can write, I had learned, I had been working together the very first. And SCN together, family, physicians, and surgeons. It was being held for the American Holistic Conference in December. And the whole way there, I knew I had to be there. So there it was. And we are both, I was where I'm from. I don't know the sun, all of these women going for the long hands of my hand. And the eating cold depths of hell, that's all I need. Together, walking together, seeing these people that I've been talking to for a few months, and told them, to help them to have their kids to learn more about their personal life, to meet these amazing researchers, Nancy's psychologist, reviews, was about who wasn't making her the next day. Next week, we're getting ready to fly back to New York and started with me. And we were very much getting more child, very ready. But the next time, to worry about that disease and seizures. Our oxygen is in aspirin, and we're doing more. Voices coming from the head, and that week, I said, "Man, that was my mom, started happy." And we go to school, the CP thing, we go to random, right on the plane, with vaccines condition, or we go to the hospital, and there's feeling that doctors have been masks. So I said, "I'm going to mask it." And I asked them for my neurologist to come over to connect us with the course to neurologist. I started experiencing what we're doing. And so now I'm happy with it. And I live in the way she shows up. She shows up at our door. She walks in, she kind of takes a look at everything. She looks at it and she says, "What are you worried about? Do you need any concern?" And of course, I told her, don't look at me, because I said, "Here, that's what we want to do." And she told me, "What's that?" And I said, "What's that?" And she says, "There's no way to go in minutes. We can always buy it and take it. You're not stuck here. I recommend you go from, 200 small nutrition as possible. Let them know, that's the patient all the time, or why you wear on feeders. And it needs to be okay. And I'm here for you. We really need. And so I did. But I was reading with some saving this out of maybe Sydney or even to once. I just didn't want to get Sydney. And so I did it. I said that I come. We go to Children's Hospital, tell the nurses, everything that is information. They got us in, we got mass baby ones, and then they edited us, and we were on back home in Sydney. So everything was fine. And this is what I did. But I didn't do it consistently part of my brother. And she was shortly after that, I became volunteer piece in the foundation where I got to know each other. We got together, we cried together, we got together. We got on these amazing trips, road trips, with our friends, where we didn't have to be moms or advocates or nurses and doctors, and we just had to be ourselves. And it's so beautiful. And my pleasure was to doing it, creating wonderful relationships while we can support you. We've cheered together, we're all crying together, we supported each other. The relationship is very, very sweet. I've never looked at this like that. But I'm looking at how this try to block this trend takes it on.
And that's why you're here, right? That right there. Indeed, we cannot wait to hug you and kiss you and give Max big hugs for us tonight. All right, so let's get started. I'd like to invite Praxis to come forward while Bernard is presenting. Michael Olden will answer questions on the Hop-In chat. Hello. Yes.
Thanks very much. It's nice to be with you actually in person this evening and appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. It's also nice to give a talk because you get to take off your mask. So that's one of the upsides. I'll say it's great to be talking in December because we can reflect on what we did, what kind of progress we made over the course of the year, as well as what we're looking forward to for next year. And I'm just going to kind of skip ahead to this slide a little bit there. This slide shows some of the highlights of what we accomplished together really as a community, and we think of Praxis as an organization that's participating in the development of potential new treatments as part of the community. And so this is something we really do together. The two kind of currents or two threads that I want to really focus on. One is the story about how we're working on a particular drug, Prax 562. But the other thread is our shared understanding of what it means to have an SCN8A mutation, what that experience is like. It really is the shared understanding, right? So it's not just enough for parents and families to understand, or for clinical researchers and academics, or for us at a biotech, or just for regulators. It has to be our shared understanding that really moves the needle. So I want to talk about those two things, and then we'll turn to what we accomplished and what the path forward is for next year. So I'll start off talking about the drug, because that's what I know the most about, and Prax 562. And I think this community has heard a couple of times over the past year what we're excited about here. So Prax 562 is a modulator of persistent sodium current. So it works differently than current standard of care sodium channel blockers that people are able to take now. It modulates or blocks just persistent current much more preferentially than peak current. And the whole idea there is that by working that way, it'll have a better tolerability profile, a wider therapeutic window, be able to drive better efficacy without blocking the peak current that we think is needed for normal action potentials, and so should have reduced side effects. So that idea is a wider window to work in to drive efficacy without causing safety problems. So that's the promise, and that was derived from both the electrophysiology as well as the preclinical data across several different animal models of epilepsy, including genetic models. But you never know what you're really going to get until you start to study it in people. So earlier this year, we started what was our first in-human trial. We started it in Australia. That's where we conducted it completely, and that's the place. It's a good place to do what we call first in human studies. And it consisted of three parts, really: a single ascending dose study, a multiple ascending dose study where people took the healthy volunteers, adults, took the drug over up to 2 weeks. And then we also did at the end a part called the food effect. And the point of that is just to understand, like, do you have to take it on an empty stomach, or can you take it with food? It becomes clinically very relevant because it can lead to very different drug levels. And the whole point of studies like that is to understand the safety, understand how the drug behaves in the body, and how to dose it. And we added another interesting measure to this, a biomarker called auditory steady state response, which we thought would give us a better understanding of, are we having the right pharmacologic effects in the brain? So I'll come back to that. So we're very pleased with the results we just announced within the last couple of weeks, that we had completed those 3 parts of the study. Overall, what we showed was very consistent with what our hypothesis was. So it looked like the drug was very well tolerated. As always, there are adverse events that occur in any of these healthy volunteer studies, but almost all of them, over 90%, were mild, transient things like dizziness. I think headache was the most common, very nonspecific. What we didn't see, which we are encouraged by, is right, the absence of adverse events are the typical adverse events associated, or the typical side effects associated with blocking sodium channels. Ataxia, dizziness, vertigo, nystagmus, the things that we all clinically know are the signs that you're really getting into excessive blocking of sodium channels. Importantly, we're able to drive the dose of Prax 562 up, as well as the concentrations, the blood levels, to a point that was well in excess of where we think we need to be based on our animal data. So up to about 5-fold higher. So we're very encouraged by that safety profile, right? This is just in adult healthy volunteers. So there's much more to learn once you get into children with mutations, but that's a good start. To turn to the other things we learned is that food doesn't have much of an impact, so that'll be very helpful and practical going forward. Then I'll turn to this auditory steady state response, or ASSR. So we were excited about this as a biomarker to tell us that the drug's having its intended effect. The idea here is that we used it as a measure of kind of excitability of the brain. We measure it with EEG, and what we do is give an auditory stimulus, and you're really looking to see essentially how excitable is the brain in response to that stimulus. With this drug, we want to reduce excitability. The whole idea is that people who have gain-of-function mutations here have an enhanced response. Those channels are more excitable. So we saw a very robust response to this in animals. And most importantly, even at doses of the drug that blocks seizures, we didn't see an ASSR response in animals until we got much higher. And we saw the same pattern in humans. So that was very encouraging to us, because it said that our clinical data are shaping up like our experimental animal data. And it also told us that we're not seeing those effects in the brain until we get to very high concentrations above those we think that might be needed to control seizures. So it's a nice picture shaping up there. Again, it's an important start. We go to the next step, to start to get into actual patients next year. The other key thing was to think about how we were going to formulate this drug to be able to give it to children who might not be able to swallow pills or tablets. And this is an important collaboration, one among many, with the community. Our team, all of whom are seated back there, did a survey with the 8A community to understand really what the needs are what form people would be able to take medication in, what other kinds of issues might conflict with that. And so that set us off. The results of that set us down a path of developing a liquid formulation that would be compatible with G-tubes and also keto diet friendly, right? So it would be loaded with sugar, issues like that. These kinds of things become incredibly important. Doesn't matter what the mechanism of the drug is, if you can't give it and people can't use it, it just doesn't matter. So that was incredibly valuable information. And I will say, we got responses so quickly. And it's just this kind of collaboration really facilitates the whole process of thinking about how we develop drugs. I'll talk more about the studies we're going to do next. We have to study that liquid formulation. But I want to turn to the next thread in the conversation, which is really about the shared understanding of the disease, the manifestations, the impact. So we know, I think it was late last year, the foundation shared stories through Facebook with the FDA. Hopefully I'm getting this right. I can't tell you, I just want to pause, and this has nothing to do with Praxis. This is just true for anybody trying to develop a drug for 8A. The impact it has when you interact with the agency and they hear directly from families is extraordinary. That I've seen this before with many other rare disease communities. It doesn't matter what clinicians and people who work at biotechs and other investigators say. It really sticks with them, the impression, the visceral stories when they hear directly from families. And then you have their attention. And there's no way they can otherwise know. They can't pour over the journals, go to every conference. So going to them rather than making regulators come to the community is really key. That unquestionably set the stage for some of our regulatory interactions and designations throughout the past year. So we got this rare pediatric disease designation, as well as orphan designations in the US and Europe. What those really mean, they're basically about recognition that this is an orphan population. It's a rare condition. You all know that. But it's also recognition of the unmet need, and allows us to have much more extensive interactions and kinds of different discussions with the agency. So it becomes a very important starting point for different conversations about drug development and a shared understanding of risks, benefits, what's important, and how we move forward. The other really key part of this that I want to talk about is a type of natural history study that we worked on together. So we did this study with citizens. There are a few different natural history studies going. This is different because what Citizens done is it's a platform that allows people to gain access to their own child's medical records pulled from all the different places that they visited over the years. It digitizes it and puts it in a searchable format. And so you get years worth of true real world data compiled in a searchable way through natural language approaches there. So it's a relatively new approach. And this community is one of the first ones we worked on with it. And to everyone's credit, we opened participation in this, and within a few hours had way more families involved than we expected. So I think we initially had about 50 slots we were going to do this with, and we ended up having, I think, about 79 or 80 different families participating. So absolutely awesome. And again, that was in just a matter of hours. We've actually, over the last few months, we've been working with citizens. We just got some of that compiled aggregate data, and look forward to sharing it with everybody early next year. I would be curious to hear from the community what their experience is using those completely compiled records have been. We've heard from some people on our own team, so we have people within Praxis who have children with genetic epilepsy, so their parents, and they did this, and they were blown away by seeing, literally years worth of records and seeing Citizen put together the narrative that they knew. So hopefully it turns out to be very rich for people using it, as well as for all of us who are interested in aggregating it and figuring out how to use it to design studies, to think about natural history controls and all the things we think about for running trials. So that I'm looking forward to talking about that more. So those were really meaningful accomplishments and progress over the year. In terms of next steps, I think 22 should be a big year as well. So for us, the next thing to do is teed up is to finish off our understanding of this liquid formulation. So we have to make sure we get similar drug levels, behaves the same way as the capsules that we used in the initial first in human study. That's key. We have some more work to do in terms of understanding the metabolism of the drug, what enzymes are involved, and that will definitely have an impact of what other medications can be taken with it. Very practical, important considerations for future use, putting together the eligibility criteria for clinical trials. And then probably in the second quarter, but in the first half, we hope to start the first trial in children with 8A mutations. So that's something we'll definitely be talking about more. What is that trial going to look like? What will the eligibility criteria be? I know that's going to be top of mind for families. That's something, like I said, we're working on. We'll come back and be talking about that as soon as we're ready. So that's really where we are. I will say we're extremely excited about the progress we made, the way the drug looks as the profile so far, but 22, for the reasons I just said, would be even more important. So thank you.
It is shaky up here. Wow. So, hi, everybody. You're all real and in person. That's amazing. I'm Hilary Savoy. I'm the founder and the director of the Acute Syndrome Foundation. And thank you, Bernard, for those comments. I think it's just really important that when we all come together and we talk about things like the kind of hope that having a second trial starting in a community that not that long ago couldn't have imagined such a thing. That hope is spectacular. And I think it's really important that when we talk about it, that we don't lose sight of why that hope is important and who it's important for. Every year when we come together, we say the names of the children that we've lost in this community. And in the short time since we put this video together, we already had another loss. Nathan Bono recently died, and his death was the third in a month.
Good evening. My name is Karen Bonner, and I'm a member of the executive.
Good evening. My name is Karen Varner, and I'm a member of the Executive Committee of the Acute Syndrome Foundation. One of the things I do is curate resources for our angel family, as well as honor our SCN8A angels at our annual meeting. I wish there wasn't a need for this, but sadly we continue to lose our children. Our most recent loss was 2 weeks ago, and we are absolutely heartbroken. We have now lost 10 beautiful children this year and 7 since 2014. Considering our community currently consists of 275 families worldwide, that is 10% of our population. Every year, I beg those in attendance to talk with children so that they know our losses. And thankfully, great progress has been made in research and drug development. When my daughter was diagnosed 8 years ago, there was very little information out there, and a drug trial was a dream. However, an area that I feel that we can grow is how SCN8A is treated clinically in our children. It can be difficult, and part of that is because the information out there is ever evolving when it comes to treatment. And SCN8A is somewhat like COVID, in that it affects each child differently. Even if they have the same variant, they don't respond the same to treatment. We all know how rare SCN8A is, so many physicians may only see a few cases, if that much. We encourage all physicians to reach out to colleagues to work through those tough cases, because individually the numbers are small and the information is less, but by working together, the numbers are larger and more knowledge is gained. We also encourage you to listen to the parents. We do not all have medical or science degrees, but we live in this world of SCN8A day in and day out, and we have learned so much from the knowledge that is present in this community, thanks to all of you and because of events like this. We truly appreciate all the hard work you, the professional community, has done for our children. So let's continue to work together, clinicians, researchers, industry, and families, so that we can end these losses. Thank you. Now let's take a moment to honor our SCN8A angels with a video created by Liz and Michael Ramirez, whose son Will passed away in July of 2014.
Their names, their lives, and their stories are precious to us. And before we take a break to get dinner and move into sort of the deeper dive scientific conversations of this evening, I really wanted to be sure to honor them and to make it clear that these names are more than just names. One of the things that our community worked on this year is the moth storytelling workshop that we've been doing. We've been sharing our stories and talking to each other and trying to give life to what we know about our experience as families and share that out. And so before we break for dinner, I want to share one of the stories that came out of the moth workshop. This is Liz Ramirez.
If I can think of the age, I can learn how to live by some of these figures on you have to figure out that. So let me sure that I have accomplishment and what I can achieve in life. This is what I'm reading and everything else. We learn about things, we learn how to do that level of my class. And it helps with my teaching about that. This is like
I think by a pretty early age, I had learned how to live by society's standards, meaning that I had figured out that I was only as good as my last accomplishment or what I was able to achieve in life. This worked well for me when I did well in school and got praised, or when I moved up a level in my ballet class. And it felt good when I was doing well, but I also learned how to kind of turn a critical eye towards myself all the time to make sure that I was achieving and doing well at all times, to make sure that I was worth something. Living by this standard was working out pretty well for me. I got older, went to college, got married, had my first child, Ethan, who was and still is a really active, bright, funny kid. And then I had my second son, Will, and the shoes just started to drop. When he was 5 months old, he was diagnosed with low muscle tone, so we started him in physical therapy. And then a few months later, I just started noticing that he wasn't interacting with the world around him in the same way that his brother did when he was at that age. And then at age 10 months old, that is when the big shoe dropped. Will started having seizures that landed him in the hospital. He had to be put on paralytics and intubated in order to stop the seizure. And then we knew something was probably pretty wrong with him. At that point, we stayed in the hospital for about a week, and we did get a diagnosis of epilepsy. And then we went home, and I turned my drivenness and my desire to make him okay towards him. We just did therapy as soon as he woke up in the morning, all the way throughout the day, because I was trying to fix him. At that point, though, we still did have hope that he would outgrow his developmental delays. But as the years passed, his chronological age just got further and further from kind of where he kind of should have been with his developmental age. And then one day at a children's birthday party at one of those indoor playgrounds, there was like an activity leader who was having the kids get in a circle, and they had one of those really, really bright parachutes in the middle of the room. And the activity leader was, having the kids grab the part of the parachute that was right by them, and then she had them all lift it up and then lift it down. And Will was just not participating like all the other kids around him, like the younger kids around him even. And I could just feel the other parents' eyes on me and on Will. I could feel them looking at me, and I could only guess what they were thinking, like, what is wrong with that kid? Why isn't he participating? What's wrong? After that birthday party, I went home and really thought to myself, I think I have a choice here. I can either choose to look at Will through others' eyes, which is the world's eyes, basing his worth on what he can and can't do, and mostly what he couldn't do at that point, or I could choose to look at Will through my own eyes, my mother's eyes that saw him with just so much love and just unreserved affection and dedication and devotion. And that was an easy choice for me. I knew that I think I chose in that moment to always move forward by looking at Will through my own mother's eyes, my loving eyes. And years later, I just marvel at how this child with uncontrollable epilepsy and a genetic disorder and multiple disabilities became probably my greatest teacher in life. He taught me about presence. There was just something about him, probably because he was so cute, that when you were in his presence and he was doing, a very simple activity with you, you couldn't help but just be there in the moment with him. He just commanded attention. He was such a happy, funny kid. He loved to laugh. He also taught me to stop caring as much about what other people thought of me. So whether that was advocating for him with the school district, or if we were on the street and people were staring at us, I would be able to choose not to care as much about what those people were thinking about us. There's so much joy and freedom that I found in living that way. But maybe the most important lesson that he taught me was my own worth. Because if this child who was not able to do very much by the world's standards, was able to be so beautiful and perfect, and I was able to love him so deeply, then perhaps I was also worthy of love, unconditional acceptance, regardless of what I could or couldn't achieve in life. And I am so grateful that he taught me those lessons. We did continue therapies throughout his life, but the focus changed from kind of fixing him to just being with him, increasing his quality of life, because it turned out that he was not broken. It was my own value system that was broken and needed to be changed. I'm so glad and so grateful that he taught us those lessons, because it turns out that we only had 7.5 years with him, and they were really hard, but very precious years with him. And even to this day, we lost him about 4.5 years ago. Even to this day, when I find myself turning a critical eye towards myself or other people, all I have to do is pause and remind myself that I can be grounded in the love and the patience and the kindness that he taught me by getting to be his mom.
Will is also one of my greatest teachers, and I hope he will stay with all of you in the lessons that he taught his mom, and the spirit with which we all will undertake this evening's work and the work to come as we move toward understanding this disorder better and bringing safe and effective treatments to improve the quality of life of these children. So on that note, I'm going to invite you all to step outside and get dinner and hurry back to your tables, and we're going to dig into some more talks once you're all back. So we have about 20 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Hopes to stay on time. We're going to continue on, but please feel free to continue to eat. There is more food back there as well, so feel free to get up and grab some more food or dessert. I'd now like to introduce John Stryber, who will come up and begin our clinician panel.
Kelly, thank you so much for having me again. I don't have any new SCN8A data to present this year, but I'm here to talk more about clinical epilepsy, genetics, the landscape, what's going on now, and precision-based therapies. Just to kind of give an overview for it, I think it's more apparent for those of us who do epilepsy genetics, but for people who may not be in this world as much, some of this will be new. So I have some disclosures. So we'll talk about preferred therapies for epilepsy, whether syndrome or gene specific, talk about how variant pathogenicity and functional effect can influence our treatment choices, discuss outcome measures beyond seizure outcomes very briefly, and then talk about some specific biologically based therapies for epilepsy. All right. So first, epilepsy syndromes, I want to stress, are still useful. Well, these epilepsy syndromes we've been treating now for decades. Even if you have a gene, a known pathogenic variant in a gene that causes epilepsy, we all know that the patient sitting in front of you may not respond to the therapy they're supposed to. They don't read the book. In those cases, a lot of times it's still useful to go back to say, what is their epilepsy syndrome? Because that's the other interesting thing about SCN8A is that there's huge phenotypic variability. For instance, I have patients who have SCN8A related epilepsy and have Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. So in those patients, you may choose a medicine that is approved or preferentially used in Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. So these are still useful. Think about treating the actual syndrome as opposed to the gene in some cases. Keep in mind, this is for epilepsy genetics in general, that just because someone has a variant doesn't mean it's a pathogenic variant. So I think we've all seen patients who are said to have, this XYZ genetic epilepsy, and they come to you, and in fact, they don't actually have that. This is a benign variant or a true variant of uncertain significance. We can't say necessarily that this is the cause of someone's disease. So functional analysis can be very useful, not only to help us understand if a variant is pathogenic or not, but what's the functional consequence of that effect. So some great work on SCN8A came out. Dr. Gardella, who's sitting in the audience here and is going to speak in a little bit, was one of the authors of this paper, looking at SCN8A and finding that both a loss of function and gain in function in SCN8A can be associated with epilepsy. I'll draw your attention to the bottom image there, those who had encephalopathy with onset of less than 3 months tend to respond better to the sodium channel blockers than those who had symptoms starting later than 3 months. We know that there's several variants that have been tested for SCN8A, and we know there are several that cause gain of function. Most do cause gain of function, resulting in epilepsy, but some missense variants can also cause loss of function. And again, Dr. Gardella has some nice data on the phenotypic differences in patients that present with a loss of function resulting in epilepsy. So the question becomes, what are the various factors that can influence how a patient responds to various classes of medications? This came out from our data showing that, again, not surprisingly, most patients more often than not would respond to sodium channel blockers. However, there are several patients where these are ineffective and the patient may not respond. And the question is that because their gain of function, this variant is so severe that they're just not going to respond to this class of medications, or is it because they indeed actually have a loss of function? And I think in many cases that is still not yet known. So we know there are treatment for specific genetic epilepsies, and some of these are treatments that are based on the genetic disorder itself, that can either correct an inborn error of metabolism, or they act on a channel in a specific way. And some of these are medications that just work maybe not through a specific mechanistic by acting on a specific channel or a specific genetic disorder. I think fenfluramine is a good example of this, and I'll go into some of these examples in the rest of the talk. Inborn errors of metabolism is important to keep these in mind in evaluating a patient with genetic epilepsy. So there is some evidence that patients with SCN8A can have other changes in information, changes in gene transcription, and it may be important to also treat these other aspects of their epilepsy that might be leading to seizures. We're going to talk about this on Sunday in the investigators workshop, but it's a disorder called SCN8A deficiency or semialdehyde dehydrogenase deficiency. There's a GABA B receptor antagonist we tried in these patients because patients with SCN8A deficiency have markedly elevated CSF and serum GABA and GHB. So the idea is you partially correct this deficit and you can thereby treat their seizures and their cognitive problems. Long story short, it did not produce the hoped effect we would see in improvements in cognition, and also didn't result in any change in their transcranial magnetic stimulation evidence of cortical excitability. Again, I'll talk about this more on Sunday. I'll talk about a couple of specific precision therapies and channelopathies just to highlight this notion. So NMDA receptors, you probably know, are ligand and voltage-gated ion channels that bind glutamate glycine. They're comprised of different subunits. GRIN2A encodes the GLUN2A subunit and has been associated with epileptic encephalopathy and different epilepsy syndromes like Beck's or benign Rolandic epilepsy and Landau-Kleffner syndrome. This is a patient we presented when I was at the NIH who had an epileptic encephalopathy of unknown cause. You can see he has also has volume loss on his MRI brain, and this is his pedigree. This was a de novo mutation in his GRIN2A gene, and resulted both in increased binding of glutamate and glycine, and also loss of this magnesium blockade, so the channel is more constitutively active. With some functional analysis from Steve Train-Ellis, we found that memantine helped to restore some of that channel activity and back to a more normal level. And sure enough, after starting this patient on memantine, there was a reduction in seizures, and actually he was able to come off a couple of different medications. So we presented that quite a while ago. This hasn't really been studied to a great extent, and so I'm not advocating using memantine for patients with GRIN2A, but I think I know it's something that Tim Banky and others are working on right now, and look forward to seeing what comes of that. Skip through some of this. KCNQ2 and KCNQ3 are encode for potassium channels. As many as over 100 different kinds of potassium channels that are expressed throughout the brain, heart, and other tissues in the body. These are responsible for a large proportion of benign familial neonatal seizures, and also an early onset developmental and epileptic encephalopathy. And it's typically through reduction. And retigabine or ezogabine can help to shift this voltage dependence in these potassium channels to more hyperpolarized potentials and restore more normal function and thereby suppressing seizures. Skip through some of this stuff. This is a patient of ours, it's from Dr. Tsushida, Children's National, who was treated with a KCNQ2 developmental and epileptic encephalopathy. You can see very early on has a burst suppression pattern on the EEG. Once this variant was found, this patient was started on ezogabine when it was available, and had improvement not only in seizures but also in the EEG background. So this is, I should update this. This study now is recruiting. This is studies being run by Xenon right now, recruiting patients with KCNQ2 developmental and epileptic encephalopathy. All right, so there are some, I'm talking about some of those precision therapies that are targeting channels. There's also other therapies which might be useful but don't necessarily target a specific genetic disorder. One example is an Angelman syndrome. So Angelman syndrome is one of the more common forms of genetic epilepsy. Children are said to present with as this happy puppet type phenotype, where they are ataxic. They have a wide mouth, widely spaced teeth. I see a lot of these kids I see are very aggressively affectionate. They'll come and hug you and hold on to you tight, and it's very, very sweet kids. But they almost all of them have seizures, and these seizures can be very severe. This study detailed low glycemic index therapy for children with Angelman syndrome, and found that most did actually, in fact, improve, and some were even seizure-free on low glycemic index therapy. One other important thing to note is that this also allowed people to come off other medications, and might be something, if you are experiencing lots of side effects on medications, dietary therapy can offer another treatment option for patients. Dravet syndrome, we all know very well. These treatment guidelines came out a few years ago, and I think now they probably would look different. But the first-line therapy at this point was either valproic acid or clobazam. Second-line therapies you can see there were stiripentol, topiramate, or ketogenic diet. I think now you probably see cannabidiol and fenfluramine in there as well. So this is the fenfluramine data. We'll be talking about this also tomorrow. So on patients taking the highest dose, the 0.7 milligrams per kilogram per day, this is the study that did not examine patients on concomitant stiripentol. On the highest dose, about 50% had a 75% or greater reduction in their median convulsive seizure frequency. So pretty remarkable results from that study. I'll skip through some of this just in the interest of time. And then I think you're all also aware of the subtherapeutic study that's ongoing now as well. This data will be presented some this weekend, some of that preliminary results. This is an antisense oligonucleotide. This is what Lori Eisen presented a few years ago at the Dravet syndrome research roundtable, and found that mice who received this single dose of this ASO, typically they would start having seizures and then die shortly thereafter. These mice, almost none of them actually died after receiving this ASO. So that trial is now ongoing for patients with Dravet syndrome. Tuberous sclerosis complex is another example of where there is a precision therapy that's now approved. So if you're Lyme disease, you might know is now approved not only for some of the other markers of tuberous sclerosis, but now is also actually improved for focal seizures associated with tuberous sclerosis. The important thing to note here is that the response is not immediate. The response can take a good deal of time, and this is by no means a cure. There's a reduction in the median seizure frequency over time, and that's on the left. And on the right side, you can see there is an increase in number of seizure-free days, which is seen after several weeks. I'll skip through some of this stuff. So enzyme replacement therapy, you probably know, is being used for Batten disease. Sirolimus alpha extends the delay in motor decline and language decline in children with Batten disease. Compared to historical controls, again, it speaks to the importance of natural history studies, where the approval for this medication was based on comparison to natural history. We're hearing a lot about gene therapy now. I know Miriam Meisel presented the results of her ASO data in mice a few years ago now. And what struck me is it appears very similar to what Lori Eisen presented for Dravet syndrome, where you are extending survival in these mice who receive this antisense oligonucleotide. Hoping that type of technology can go to human trials at some point in the not too distant future. And lastly, unfortunately, the CRISPR section today was only on demand, so I'm hoping to catch this at some point in the future. But there's also a lot being done, I know, in gene editing using CRISPR technology, and this is something that I think we'll see increasingly employed in different kinds of genetic epilepsies in the next few years. Okay, I think I'll leave it there. All right, Any questions? I think we have a couple minutes for questions here. Okay. All right, so next, we'll have a presentation from, I think it's Dr. Hammer next. Was it Dr. Strauzik?
Yeah, let's take a look. Oops. All right.
All right, so next is a presentation from Dr. Strauzik, who does health economics and outcomes research. He's coming to us from Frankfurt. He couldn't be in here in person, but he recorded his presentation for us.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak in front of the SCN8 Clinician Research and Family Gathering. My name is Adam Strzelczyk and I'm a consultant neurologist at the Epilepsy Center Frankfurt Rhein-Main in Germany. My conflicts of interest. I'm going to speak about the social and financial burdens of living with rare epilepsy. I will present the methods of evaluation of cost of illness and quality of life. Then I will spend some time on the question why we are doing these studies. I will present some data from Dravet syndrome, which is a model disease for epileptic encephalopathies. And then I will suggest a study for burden of illness is SCN8A. So, about the methods. When we look about burden of illness, we often speak about cost. And in principle, we have two big cost categories. One is direct medical cost, which is mainly caused by hospitalization, drug use, diagnostics. And then we have indirect costs in adults that due to reduced productivity, so people are not able to work because of their disease. In children and adolescents, there's usually the workers in the parents and caregivers. It's important to think about who is looking at this cost and who will try to make everything better. So insurance companies usually will look at the direct cost. The society will look at the direct cost and will try to keep people working. For the patient, everything will be equally important. Direct cost, indirect cost, and also intangible cost, which is another wording for quality of life. If we like to look at patients and burden of illness, we have two possibilities. One is a top-down approach. That means that we use insurance data, but this is usually only possible for a broader category of disease, for example, like epilepsy or other diseases, but not for a specific epilepsy syndrome. And then we have the possibility of a bottom-up approach, where we do a study in single patients and then build up a cohort, and by that we are able to give some assumptions of burden of illness for this disease. So why is that important in clinical decision making? So usually we use cost analysis to have impression of the burden of illness on the patient and on the healthcare system. In the healthcare system, it's important to know the cost so that treatments, and especially expensive treatments, are justified by a severe disease which is causing a lot of burden on the direct cost, indirect cost, but also the quality of life. This taken together enables later the decision makers to look at the cost effectiveness and to make the conclusions that pricey treatments are justified because of the high cost of the disease. So which cost data is available? If we look at the economic cost of brain disorders here in Europe, then you will see that epilepsy is only one small disease, and costs don't seem to be as high as, for example, in mood disorders or in dementia. But that's only one part of the we have to take into account, and this is a study we performed in children and adolescents with epilepsy in Germany, that if you have the broader perspective of epilepsy, then costs might be low because more than 2/3 of patients are seizure-free. They're taking only their medications, and they don't go to hospital or don't have any other resource utilization. But in these studies, rare epilepsies and especially epileptic encephalopathies are underrepresented. Also, due to the point that there's no ICD-10 code, we cannot use insurance data to look further into this. So from now on, I will especially talk about Dravet syndrome, which is a model disease, and we have learned quite a lot about epileptic encephalopathies for these patients, usually with SCN8A mutation. So if we look at studies or parent-reported surveys, then usually it's about children. They're around 4 to 8 years old. In Dravet, they have an SCN8A mutation. They have several comorbidities. They have a lot of seizures and usually a high drug load. If we look at the perception of the impact of the Dravet syndrome on children, the caregiver will tell you that work life, family, leisure time, and financial well-being of the family is heavily impacted. So 8 to 9 out of 10 parents will tell you that this applies to their family. Furthermore, there are problems with sleep disturbance, daily activities, physical functioning. And we know from Dravet syndrome that there is a high need for doctor's treatment. Here you see the pediatric neurologist, which is used in 97% of the cases, but also there's a high need for speech therapy, occupational therapy, or physical therapy. So how do we perform cost of illness and burden of illness studies? So in Germany, back in 2017, we have done a nationwide study on the burden of illness and Dravet syndrome, and we were able to recruit 93 patients throughout. The study design was a questionnaire which asked about healthcare resource utilization in the past 12 and 3 months. And also we use a prospective diary for the future 3 months, and having that later on, we could also look how reliable are the data. By now we can say that the retrospective questionnaire of 3 months is as reliable as a prospective diary for the future 3. So we were able to include mostly children, adolescents, but also adults with Dravet syndrome. They had an early onset of diagnosis as expected, and mothers and fathers were around 40-45 years of age. We saw a very high burden of the disease. So 40% of the patients had experienced at least one accident injury in the last 12 months. Half of the parents have to call the emergency service. If they did so, this was the case 4 times a year. More than 50% of the population was admitted at once to a hospital. If they were admitted, then usually 4 times per year, and they have spent 25 days in hospital during the last 12 months. And 1 out of 5 patients needed intensive care treatment with a mean of 5 days on the intensive care unit. We also saw that there's a high load of comorbidities in those patients. You can see here that 86% of the parents will report disturbance of motor skills and movement coordination. There are further problems with attention deficit disorders and delayed speech and behavioral problems. Furthermore, if we look at the quality of life of parents, we see that the overall quality of life is decreased. This is 71% versus 77% for the general German population. And if we use a depression inventory, which is the Beck Depression Inventory 2, we see that 46% of the parents are reporting some symptoms of depression. What can we do with the data? So the data on its own shows quite high burden of disease, but the data and compared to other diseases. Here we have matched 1-to-1 patients with refractory epilepsy without epileptic encephalopathy and patients who are seizure-free for more than 12 months to get the impression how high is the burden of the epileptic encephalopathy. And by doing so, I will start to present the data for the indirect cost. We see that a change in the working situation was necessary in 4 out of 10 caregivers in Dravet syndrome, but only in 1 out of 6 in a refractory epilepsy without encephalopathy, and only in 1 out of 11 in those being in seizure remission. And important, and this is here on the lower part of the slide, you can see that the high burden is up to the mothers. So 1/3 of the mothers have quit their work to take care of the child with Dravet syndrome. 1/3 has reduced working hours, and another third had missed working days due to seizures or other comorbidities of the child. If we look at the care levels, which is grading of disability, we see this is much higher in Dravet syndrome than in refractory or seizure remission epilepsy. We see a very high drug load with multiple AEDs, which are prescribed to those patients. We see a high need for outpatient visits and inpatient treatments. And here on the right lower bottom, you see that there's a high need, for example, here for mean physiotherapy visits, which is much higher than in refractory epilepsy and in seizure remission. If we look at the quality of life of the children, we see the overall scores are diminished by 10 to 12 points compared to refractory and seizure-free epilepsy. But I think what's also important to look at the different components, and we see that especially physical well-being, but also the domains friends and schools are heavily affected in those children with Dravet. Now I'm presenting you data about TSC, which is often also accompanied by severe epilepsy, which results in a Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. And that's just to illustrate that if we have enough patients here, it was around 180 patients, we are able to show determinants of quality of life over the age span. We see here that this is increasing with age. And on the right side, you can see that quality of life is affected by the Liverpool Adverse Events Profile. That means it is correlating, so a better quality of life is correlating with a better tolerability of drugs. On the other hand, if there's insufficient tolerability of drugs, then you have a lower quality of life. And also what's really important is that if you compare the quality of life of the caregivers of TSC patients, then you can see it's down by 10% compared to the healthy German population. And this is especially the case for the young parents between 20 and 50 years of age. Later on, this diminishes by age, so also for the healthy German population. But you see the huge difference between healthy population and those caregivers of patients with TSC. So I will summarize, epileptic encephalopathies are cost-intensive condition, as just shown for Dravet syndrome. We are not able to use big data because there is no ICD-10 coding for epileptic encephalopathies. Important outcome variables are hospitalization, emergency service, quality of life. We know that there's a high burden by inpatient treatment and prolonged hospital stay. We have high indirect cost in mothers, and quality of life is reduced in patients and in caregivers. And we are in need for this data for all available developmental epileptic encephalopathies for future decision making and modeling. So we would suggest to perform a study of burden of illness in SCN8. We have presented it already at the SCN8 and SCN2A conference in Family Gathering in Bonn in September this year. And we are at the moment working on the design of the questionnaires. We will have them in several languages. This will be English, this will be German, but also French, Italian, and Spanish. And we are now looking up for validated questionnaires which will cover these languages and will approach patient organizations and finalize the questionnaire, and then we can roll out in Europe, and I hope also in the US. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Straussig. And now I'd like to welcome Dr. Eleni Gardella. She's coming to us from the Danish Epilepsy Center. So right now it's the middle of the night for her. We really appreciate her coming to present again. She does unending work on SCN8A and other genetic epilepsies. And we really appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. And I'm so happy to be here, so happy to be here in presence, so happy to be with you. And I would like to do, last time we met was a long time ago. We talked about the potentiality of the database that we have, or the database in general, and I promised to find a way to squeeze as much juice as possible from the data that we have. And I try not to give you a brief overview of the work we did. And we start saying that, of course, the process from a database, which is a store, a big potential, to the natural histories along processes is demanding, time-consuming, but rewarding if you do like that. So first of all, we have to remember that we talk about SCN8A, which is a genetic diagnosis, it's not a clinical one. So actually it's different from Dravet syndrome, which per se is a clinical entity which is quite homogeneous. Now we are talking about a gene which expresses a phenotype which is represent a spectrum of condition. So we are not a unique condition, but many different things. And we tried pointing out this a couple of years ago, making an estimate of the percentage of the different phenotypes in the group, considering that, of course, the milder phenotype are increasing rapidly over time because the second one and the first one the most. But in any case, the cake is more or less like that still now. And this is just regarding epilepsy. But we have to remember that SCN8A is not only epilepsy, of course, and the family knows that much better than anybody else. And beside epilepsy, there is the intellectual disability, the motor disability, also the behavior, autism, and the other components, which actually a mixture, but these elements, a different nature to give rise to the difference, phenotypic expression of the disease. And how to approach this complexity, because it's pretty much complex. And to give rise to scenarios which are completely different somehow. So we start with the most obvious approach, trying many years ago actually already, trying to find a correlation between the position of the mutation in the different domains of the protein of the gene, and then try to find out whether the position could explain or in any case predict the different phenotypes, and we didn't succeed. So this is no way to find a correlation with the position. Position very close to each other give us the opposite phenotype. So we move to the function of the mutation, and this is a little bit more rewarding because actually the work which come out from Katrina and now we work pretty hard on that with the testing as many mutation as possible in a large cohort, permit to find out roughly that there is a logic in that. The gain of mutation and the gain of function give rise to phenotypes that are different from the loss of functions. It's quite intuitive, but it may permit us to make sense of that. But I have to say that this is again not the new story, because it's too sample system. We have to remember that among the several recurrent mutations in the gene, the variants, you can find many of them. They have heterogeneous phenotypes. That means that the same mutation can give rise either to a milder or very severe condition, which suggests strongly that many other factors play an important role in all the stories. So we can not rely on the function of the mutation either. And to complicate the things even further is that the fact that we are pretty aware, we tried it several times testing the variants, that the same test made on different cells, more than neuroblastoma or neurons, can in many cases produce different results. So there is also an intrinsic, possible error in the way we measure the effect of the mutation. Somehow we test in cells which are not neuronal. Actually, we can have quite a false evaluation of the effect. You can imagine if there is such a difference between neuroblastoma and neurons, you can imagine how the thing can be much more complicated if you export in tissue, in brain tissue, and in networks. We are complicated, so probably we are now we know the top of the iceberg of the effect of this dysfunction, genetic analysis. So we came back. I'm a clinician, I'm a physician, so I'm biased, of course, but we came back to the clinics because the clinics, if well analyzed, well oriented, can give you much more reliable, so far by now, much more reliable background to further for having subgroups that can be, in any case, analyzed in a system. Otherwise, if you have the mean or everything, the mean of the ability to have loss of autonomy, severe epilepsy, severe intellectual or motor impairment, a mean of such different phenotypes gives something which has no sense, and it's not possible not to counsel or more appropriately predict the evolution of the symptom. So we start with the epilepsy phenotype and combine that with the other aspect of the disease. And we decided to stratify our cohort. Now we have many more patients, but we started in one patient more. But we start with this 42 patients. And in our database, of course, we have data already digested, pre-analyzed from a clinician. We come both from families and physicians that a single group has analyzed that in order to put it in coherent way in its data sets. But despite that, we had at least one half of the data which were not sufficient for running a retrospective analysis of the study. So we included the study a little bit less than 300 subjects. And then among that, we recognize different conditions, and we decide to subdivide it in modern day clinical appearance. Describing the severe phenotype according to the previous papers we need, just to be sure that we include in this group only this specific cohort, and then the very benign, we already knew that, so we also grouped it as this benign. In a single group, the intermediate one in between, and actually we could further subdividing Asian children having a focal form of epilepsy with a few minority patients just seems to be something which reminds from generalized epilepsy, and the secondary generalized definitely different from the first one. And we ran a retrospective analysis of the evolution of the symptom in this cohort of subjects, and we cannot say that much about the ones which do not have epilepsy, because there are few and very heterogeneous, but in any case, what we can see, the impression is that this is a non-progressive disorder. So these symptoms do not seem to evolve over time, which is also quite important as a counsel. So our retrospective study was run like this, and we tried to, this is a very, essential summary of the results, but we can see that in the severe phenotype, almost 200 children. So I think children are subjects because there are also some others. The age that is follow up for between 15 months and 28 years, and the mean age of the epilepsy was about 4 months. A minority of them reached seizure freedom, which was even not a stable seizure freedom, which are characterized by several relapses once in a while. And the cognitive impairment is present in all of them, and is severe to profound by definition because it is a severe phenotype. Stagnation regression is present in 3 out of 4 patients, and is again motor disturbance in all of them. And behavioral issues are not the main problem because, of course, the motor and cognitive impairment is so severe that the behavioral disturbance are not impairing that much compared to that. Regarding, we try to measure the loss of autonomy. Of course, all of them lost their autonomy, and they lost autonomy by the age of 3 years and a half. All of them did that, comparing the typical developing children. We see that there is a significant gap. So we can expect that also in the better cases, there is an evolution in that direction there. Early death is an issue in this concrete subgroup. And you see we have 2 peaks of major risk of early death. The one is clustered in the very first year of life, below the age of 5. And most of the cases, this is due to, it is not unexpected. I would say this is due to progressive deterioration of the neurological condition and of the epilepsy. And there is another second little bit which is difficult to see whether it is around puberty and this is more likely sudden and unexpected deaths. Regarding the functional effect of the mutation, all the variant tested in this group produced a gain of function, which was also I say severe gain of function. Regarding the electroclinical feature, they're very similar. I won't go into detail. I love this topic, but I think I can skip the details. In any case, very similar to each other, suggesting a posterior, really posterior impairment of the cortical occipital region, as considering VG as a biomarker of the electron cortical degeneration. VG deteriorated over time, unfortunately. And regarding the therapy, of course, there are gain of function to remember, so the most effective drug sodium channel blockers level we don't know why exactly, but seems to be either non-effective or worsening in some cases. The therapeutic perspective, I won't comment that much on that because we do not have time that you can imagine nowadays. The benign phenotype is the other opposite of the epilepsy spectrum. Actually, there are few patients, very and nice to talk about, to describe, because there is a nice little story. The families which the patient included are from 16 months to 53 years. The age at onset, this is funny, I think the age at onset is the same, also 4 months. They start almost at the same rate, which is tricky for putting an early diagnosis. One of the main topics of the future study is identifying better early prognostic factor, because it's difficult to distinguish this very benign case from the very severe one at the very beginning. This patient, they rapidly show that social motor evolution, 100% is seizure-free and latest follow-up, and the cognitive impairment is rare or exceptional, and in many cases non-moderate. No stagnation or regression, no motor symptom beside the section and this paroxysmal kinesthetic dyskinesia that can appear in some of them, and it's easy to treat. No loss of autonomy, no mention of early death in this group. And the effect is a gain of function, element is a non-gain of function. So that means this is very important. These 2 groups has to be counseled and has to be treated in a very different way. And also considering the cost, which Adam specifically talked about, we are running also the study on that. Also the costs are totally different. So it's important to separate this group because there are 2 different pathologies. They consider their gain of function anyway, the principle is the same, sodium channel blocker. Interestingly enough, is worsening also in this case. In this case, we have a couple of children being worsened extremely, in a tremendous way in the seizure frequency and severity with the retinostat, despite being that by nature a very, very benign phenotype. Among the intermediate one, I will just run quite rapidly, but to mention that they are heterogeneous. The group is comprising 72 patients, so not a few, but in any case, difficult to clasterize. In the age was between 23 months and 37 years, 5 months advanced, but with a large range, with a large variety of age of seizure onset. The cognitive impairment is, and the prevalence is quite high, 70%, but the entity was mild to moderate in most of the cases. Stagnation or regression is not described. These methods were present in one third, and also as well as behavioral issue, and this was quite prominent. So surprisingly, this is a milder phenotype, but a consistent proportion of these patients losing their autonomy before puberty. By the age of school age, they start losing autonomy comparing to typical developing children. And despite that, the need of care, of support is much lower for severe cases. In any case, they do not able to taking care of daily activity by themselves. Early death is present in a minority of cases and at different ages, so this is not really predictable. And the functional effect can be both common or in different conditions. So if you look at the focal epilepsy versus focal, there is a mild deterioration of the EEG. The seizure are focal. Seizure freedom is less than half of the patient's presence achieved, and behavioral issue and cognitive impairment in any case is mild but present in many of them. In this case, the functional effect is mainly a gain of function, and sodium channel blocker are effective and interesting. The agent process is quite early, as we observe for the more severe phenotype. To the opposite, patient with the so-called generalized epilepsy, you can see the EEG, probably someone is familiar with that. You see that it's quite paternal spectrum, which suggests the diffuse and bilateral synchronism, which suggests another synchrotry, a more generalized synchrotry. And these children, this patient, are quite, benign appearance, but despite that, they do not remind pretty much the so-called idiopathic generalized epilepsy. You see a few of them reach seizure freedom, which is atypical, and the prevalence of behavioral issues or cognitive impairment is significantly higher than expected for idiopathic cases. In these cases, we are documented a loss of function. The mutation of the test, I'm not sure it's significant, but there's several mutations, and all of them has a loss of function effect. And the most effective of these cases is not great. You can see that also the age at which the symptoms appear is a later age, quite, a very broad range of age of onset, but in any case, the mean age of onset is older than for the other subgroups. So, in conclusion, many more to show, but you see, we can delineate different trajectories through different combination of the symptoms for different clinical groups, which is very important, putting the basis for a future study and because precision therapy is based on precision diagnosis. I mean, you have first to define the population which you're talking about, and then define which is the functional substrate for that, which is the expectation of the single group, and then move on to precision treatment approach, which is not necessarily only drugs, medicine, is also taking care in a precision way. And we see that the trajectories, the combination of symptoms are different, the age of onset of the symptoms somehow can be different, and the response to the therapy is different in these groups. So this, as a conclusion, we see this is a retrospective analysis. It's run it as detailed as possible, but in any way, the retrospective analysis has some limit. We are now having an overview of the condition. We move to a prospective collection of the data, which for sure will provide us with much more detail. So I hope we'll be able to come here in the future and specify a little bit better what this spectrum of phenotype is characterized by. And of course, this work is possible only with the cooperation of all of you on merging our efforts as much as possible. So I do thank you, all the group, all the colleagues around the world, but especially I thank you, all of you. I thank you, the families. I thank you, the support of the Q syndrome. I thank you, everybody, because without that, all this work won't be possible. Thank you so much.
So next, we're going to queue up a talk from Dr. Hammer. I don't think he needs any introduction to this group, so I will leave it at that.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to thank Dr. Schreiber and Hillary for inviting me and organizing. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there in person. But today I'm going to talk about the International SCN8A Registry, give you an update on the kinds of work we're doing, and the exciting future that I think we have. So one of the things that you notice when you work with registry data, and we've collected data for a number of years now, is that many of the different individuals with SCN8A are on a variety of different drugs and different trajectories and cocktails. And what's needed, and what the missing piece of the puzzle is the standard of care, some kind of treatment guidelines that will guide clinicians around the world to treat SCN8A in some consistent manner. So there's a wonderful project we're involved in, sponsored by the SCN8A International Alliance. A clinician network has been formed, and we are in the process of undergoing a process called the modified Delphi process to discover or come to some kinds of consensus in a standard of care. And so what I want to talk about is the role of the registry in developing that consensus standard of care. And where I'd like to go at the end of the talk is some of the patient subgroup work we're doing, where we're trying to build a predictive model where we take features, learn from the registry, predict outcomes, and improve the model so that we can find associations between different individual outcomes and particular features that led to those outcomes. So what I see is the role of the registry in developing this consensus is shown here. We're starting out with a large literature review, clinical data and experience from an all-star team of clinicians that we put together that will be led by Elaine Worrell, who was also part of the Dravet syndrome modified Delphi process that was published in 2017. And then the registry, the way I see it is that analysis of data from the registry will help us with genotype-phenotype correlations and finding whether we have statistical support for different patient subgroups. Those two features together will help us to move forward with the consensus process, identify important points upon which we need to reach a consensus so that those guidelines can be established. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the genotype-phenotype correlations, looking at recurrent variants and an important channel function called fast inactivation, and then move on to the machine learning and statistical associations we're doing at the end. So here we have a A reminder that we've got a database of over 365 variants and 512 individuals. And the variants are shown, the ones that cause epilepsy, in gold and yellow stars in the 4 domains and 6 segments. And there are 4 variants I'm going to highlight today that are highly recurrent, found in many individuals, and that's 850, 1475, 1617, and 1872. 1475 is in an important region called the inactivation gate. I'll talk a little bit more about later. And one of the things I discovered when looking at the data for these different variants and looking at the age of onset, so the mean age of onset for the different 850 through 1475, you see increases from 1.4 months up to 5.3 months. And I noticed that seizure freedom in percent also went from 0% in 850 up to 57% in 1475. And it makes a very nice correlation curve with an R squared of 0.9. And so that is sort of an intriguing finding, which will make us want to dig a little further to see if the relationship holds up at the individual level. These are average percentages and means that we're looking at, but the correlation on is definitely something worth looking further into. We're also looking at, in this particular slide, the developmental skills that are acquired. The 25 developmental skills, the Denver 2 skills, are shown on the y-axis for each skill that's acquired. You tick up in the line on the y-axis, and the x-axis is the time, so the time between 0 and 60 months of age. And you can really notice a similar trend that we saw with seizure freedom, in that the 850 kids develop very few skills at a slow rate, whereas the 1475 kids seem to develop skills at about the neurotypical rate, which is that black line here shows the rate at which neurotypical kids gain those skills. And then you see intermediate achievement of skills for 1617, 1872, with 1617 perhaps doing slightly better than 1872. So that also is something we're looking into to try and see what kinds of associations exist between individual variants and the developmental skills that individuals with those variants acquire. Okay, now I want to move on from the recurrent variants to channel variants that are clustered together, that we are going to analyze in groups because they sit in regions of the channel with a similar function. And this function that I want to highlight today is called fast inactivation. When the channel goes from a closed to an open state, it stays open for a very short time before it is fast inactivated. And that process of the molecular rearrangement that occurs during fast inactivation involves several different regions of the channel working together. So the inactivation gate actually occludes the pore of the channel in a hinged lid sort of mechanism to prevent sodium from getting into the pore and into the neuron. And that is mediated through a receptor in the D3S45 region. So these two regions act together and interact at a molecular level to promote this process of fast inactivation. There are other regions of the channel too that are involved, like the C terminus stabilizes the closed state with the hinged lid. But we are only going to talk today about D3S45 and the inactivation gate and the variants, individuals with variants in these two regions, and how similar or different these features of these patients might be. So one of the experiments we did was inspired by Tyler Youngquist, who did much of the initial work on this, where he's a dad and he's a scientist, and he was interested in the question of, do medications have different efficacy for patients with variants in the fast inactivation region versus other regions of the channel? And so what we did was we went to the registry data, we analyzed the questions in terms of which medications helped, hurt, or did neither, and we compared the group called fast inactivation against the other group. And later, we also tried to see if there were differences between these two subregions of the fast inactivation group. So on this slide, I'm going to show you some of this testing that we did with 10 drugs where we had enough data for the fast inactivation patients and the other patients with variants in different parts of the channel. And what you see are the 10 drugs here that we had data for: carbamazepine, lamotrigine, oxcarbazepine, phenytoin, valproate, clobazam on the GABAergic and phenobarbital, and two additional drugs, levetiracetam and topiramate. So the sodium channel blockers shown here on the left, you can see, if you just kind of squint your eyes, you can see there's a lot more blue, where it was reported that these drugs were helping the people with SCN8A, whereas these individuals were reporting at a lower rate, and they also reported a higher rate of the drugs, the sodium channel blockers hurt and did as opposed to help. So statistically, that ranks out to being sodium channel blockers overall are definitely more effective in fast inactivation regions of the channel versus other regions, with carbamazepine, oxcarbazepine, and phenytoin standing out as having the largest benefit to those with the variants in fast inactivation. Looking at the GABAergic drugs, there were also differences between fast inactivation and the others, in that fast inactivation was primarily reflected with less harmful effects of GABAergic drugs than the other group, which had higher rates of harmful effects. So for both sodium channel blockers and GABAergic, there are differences between those with invariants in the fast inactivation region and the other regions. Levetiracetam, as we all know, is not one of the best drugs for SCN8A, only with 1 in 10 doing well. And you can see there's a difference, although the difference is mainly in the fact that it's neither beneficial nor harmful for fast inactivation, and slightly more so for the other. Then we tried to do an experiment where we tried to divide the different fast inactivation regions into 2 groups, the D3S45 group and the inactivation group. And of course, the drugs were very similar in how they were reported to act in these different regions. There was only one drug that stood out, and that was oxcarbazepine, which did significantly less well for those in the D3S45 region compared to the inactivation gate, which suggests that carbamazepine may be a better sodium channel blocker choice for patients with variants in D3S45. So what we hope to do in the future is to do more testing of this kind of efficacy, which we think will aid in the effort to establish better treatment guidelines for SCN8A patients, taking variant position into account. Interestingly, if you put the D3 and the S inactivation gate on our little chart, the correlation maintains. In fact, it gets stronger. So again, it's something very interesting to look into with additional analyses. All right, in the last piece of the talk, I'm going to talk about our modeling, the modeling approach we're taking to see to what extent we can use features in the registry to identify patient subgroups, which may have different treatment guidelines in terms of what would be recommended for drugs. Are there differences among different patients and different subgroups? First of all, are there different subgroups? And this is work led by Joshua Hack in my lab. And this is the workflow where he's taken strictly only de novo gain of function patients. I'm not able to talk about the loss of function in the short time that I have. I will talk about those at some other point. But for gain of function, what we did was we chose 8 features, which I will show you in the next slide. We normalized the feature scores and did some principal component analysis. We looked for clustering and then did some statistical testing to see how many clusters there were. And then we built this ordinal regression model where we did some cross-validation to see how well these groups were supported. We know that initially from initial tests that there's statistically more than 0 groups. Or 1 group, it's statistically clustered. So I'm going to show you that in the next slide. These are the 8 features that we selected initially: age at onset, time and seizure, seizure type, developmental quotient, developmental pattern, and comorbidities. I don't have time to go into how we define these different groups, but what Josh did was he placed them on a normalized scale from 0 to 1, and then he divided them into mild, moderate, severe by looking at thirds or top and bottom quartiles, sort of an objective way of dividing the range of the normalized score into those 3 different categories. And then he developed a single composite score for each individual based on their composite among the 8 different features. He also looked at combinations of features in his model. Initially, what we did was just to see what the data looked like in a sort of unsupervised way, we looked to see if there was clustering by eye. And you can see on this principal components plot, about 60% of the variance is explained in 2 dimensions. And you have 3 clusters, and the centroids of those clusters are shown here for the severe, the moderate, and the mild, which gave us some hope that there were actually going to be some clustering and allowing us to go further with statistical analysis. The k-means testing he did showed, in fact, that 3 subgroups best explains the structure of the data. Okay, so then he built a logistic regression model where he had a truth set of those individuals that were mild, moderate, severe, And using that truth set, he tried to predict the outcome of individual patients by using a leave one out cross-validation procedure. And what that does, this is a confusion matrix. It shows you how accurate his model was. And you can see here that 4 of the mild patients were predicted as moderate, whereas 8 moderate patients were predicted as mild, and 8 were predicted as severe. And out of the 82 successfully predicted severe patients, there were 15 that were predicted as mild and 3 as mild, excuse me. Again, the model accuracy overall for this model is about 75%. We hope to do better when we go back to the registry and choose new features based on a more of a statistical feature selection approach, where we'll look at all the features using a penalized regression model and machine learning to continue to refine the model and then test it with new data. So that process should be able to identify what features we're not seeing in the registry data that can help us with this process, refine and improve the model. And what you can see here is that if we use the model to look at the registry data, the structure of the data is such that there are about 9% mild gain of function, 26% moderate gain of function, and 56% severe gain of function. I don't have time to talk about the loss of function, but it's another 9% of the data. So this explains almost all of the data that we have. And so I call it the registry structure. To what extent it explains the population, we will find out as time goes on and we test more data. So I'm kind of running out of time here. So I'm just going to conclude by saying the synthesis would be taking the patient classification and the genotype phenotype work that we're doing, plus the clinical data and the clinical experience, and combining that all to come up with more accurate prognosis, better treatment predictions, and evidence-based standard of care guidelines. That's where we're headed. And I want to thank the team that's been working on this. We have a wonderful, talented team here at the University of Arizona in pediatrics, in my lab, in statistics and mathematics. Dr. Schreiber has been instrumental in helping us with the clinical aspects, as well as Tyler. And then Gabi and Jayetta with the International SCN8A Alliance, sponsoring the Clinician Network, this Shama Hammer Research Foundation, and folks at Combined Brain, all chipping in and helping us with this analysis. If you want to learn more about the SCN8A International Alliance, go here and you'll see more about the projects that are being done together with a group of different organizations, putting families in the center of the work. Thank you very much. I look forward to answering any questions in the live session.
Going to come present some of his work on SCN8A. His lab does extensive work on genetic epilepsies and function, and in hopes of improving treatment. So it's actually probably a preview of what's to come in the basic science section as well. Thank you.
Thanks, John. It's an honor, as always, to be here. And kind of bridging between the two sections, I just wanted to note that I was involved in the care of 2 of the patients that the group lost this year. So it's just an opportunity to reflect on how challenging a disorder this can be. But it's really, working with passionate families in the patient community is one of the motivations behind what we created at CHOP, which is the Epilepsy Neurogenetics Initiative, which is an entity to try to improve the care of children with genetic epilepsies. So I'll be speaking exclusively about our clinical efforts this evening. So the goal of the Epilepsy Neurogenetics Initiative at CHOP, of which I'm the director, ENGINE for short, is number 1, to make access to genetic testing available to all appropriately selected children with epilepsy and their families, and then to leverage that information to develop novel therapies in the laboratory, which I won't be talking about today. But we have a intake core where we evaluate patients from Philadelphia, from the tri-state area, as well as from all over the United States and the world, for their care needs, therapy services, dietary therapies, neuromodulatory therapies, as well as non-epilepsy comorbidities of genetic epilepsies, so that we can provide as much as possible for patients who are coming to see us. And the way that we did this, these numbers already need to be updated, but Ingo Helbig and myself, who are partners in this group have trained now 9 pediatric epileptologists in epilepsy neurogenetics, and we now have 4 genetic counselors and partners throughout the hospital, and train them to supplement their pediatric epilepsy expertise with domain knowledge in neurogenetics. And we have a variant curation core that determines the meaning of the results of genetic testing, and then a basic science arm, an ion channel electrophysiology core, and we then evaluate for involvement in research studies, and try to leverage that to integrate genetic results into patient care. So this data also needs to be updated, but basically we've seen a more than 5-fold increase in our neurogenetic evaluations for epilepsy. In FY22, we are going to exceed 1,000 neurogenetic evaluations for epilepsy, and we are able to perform advanced neurogenetic testing on over 90% of the patients that we see in clinic who have not already had extensive neurogenetic testing. Our yield is similar to other groups, and we've reduced our median time to diagnosis down to 51 days. We've also been a leader in implementation of telemedicine, so this shows, which we did in less than a week with onset of COVID. So we see patients, again, this is, I'm not showing our international reach, but we've seen patients in over half of the states in the United States, either in person or via telemedicine. So this just shows kind of our basic approach to our individualized assessment. And we had our Center Without Walls meeting this morning. So, we share data with collaborators, and members of our group are in leadership roles in various national and international organizations for variant curation, like Clinician, et cetera. And what we do is we deliver a precision medicine report where we integrate the results of genetic testing, how the patient is being managed at that time, and comment where we can on how genetics might guide that patient's treatment and what options there are for that patient in terms of access to new or emerging clinical trials. So this is our epilepsy genetics research project. So on the y-axis are all of the genes. This doesn't necessarily reflect how common these disorders are. It partially reflects some of the interests of individuals in our group. But SCN8A, of course, is number 5 on this list. This is so we have about 25 patients with SCN8A epilepsy that we follow. These are the ones who have consented to be involved in our research projects, and not all patients have consented. And this just shows the research pathway that I'm not going to talk about, but this is an example of a patient with a genetic diagnosis of a different sodium channelopathy that's validated. We can engineer the variant in the heterologous system, characterize how that patient's variant impacts how that sodium channel functions via expression in the heterologous system. We then biobank patient samples for generation of stem cell lines, which we can turn into neurons and cerebral organoids or mini brains to try to link across scale from human genetics to ion channel physiology to neuronal function. And then in select cases, we make mouse models to try to understand how the role of genetic variation in epilepsy and epilepsy-associated comorbidities. So this is data from Ingo Helbig, again, who's our director of genomic sciences. So this radial plot is sort of an example of what we can do with a dedicated epilepsy neurogenetics clinic that involves clinical care, genetic and genomic science, as well as basic science. So what I'm showing here are, it's not important to sort of be able to read this, but these are sort of elements of a clinical phenotype. So here, for example, is seizure, status epilepticus, hypotonia, et cetera. And the outer edge of the radial plot is 100%. So this is these elemental features of epilepsy clinical phenotypes can be extracted automatically from the electronic medical record. And again, each bar of this plot is a particular feature. So Ingo can pull out, again, this is for 13 individuals that consented for the study. And this just sort of is a proof of principle that pulls out that all those patients obviously have epilepsy, and we can characterize their clinical phenotype automatically by extracting that information from the electronic medical record documentation, from provider notes. So this is a reconstruction of that over time. So each of these lines on the x-axis is a patient over time, and then the sort of how blood red these dots are reflects how severe their epilepsy is. So that can be reconstructed over time, and this shows averages across patients and shows how with age the direction that epilepsy goes, and that's standardized across institutions using terms consistent with the epilepsy learning health system. So I think this is work done by Ingo along with Mark Fitzgerald in our group. So we can compare, for example, in this case, SCN8A epilepsy and how it evolves over time. And we've got more data again for STXBP1, which is another cause of a very early onset developmental and epileptic encephalopathy, where we have, again, more patients. And this shows relative effectiveness of medications in either reducing seizure frequency or producing a maintained seizure reduction over time, indicated by an odds ratio on the x-axis. So basically, first, Ingo and Mark assessed whether a particular anti-seizure medication was effective in reducing seizure frequency by comparing the anti-seizure medication during intervals with a decrease in seizure severity score that I showed on the previous slide, and then whether that anti-seizure medication was effective in maintaining seizure freedom over time. And this is, again, sort of a proof of principle that we pull out oxcarbazepine automatically from the medical record using this type of approach. So just to kind of mix it up, this is, I think, again, kind of illustrates some of the value of what we can provide. This is a case report, and I have a collection of these, but just for the sake of time, this was a 2-year-old who we saw who had focal onset seizures starting in the first year of life. Had some mild global developmental delay, a normal MRI of the brain, and mild axial hypotonia. Maybe not a patient that would typically be pushed to the front of the line for genetic testing, but we did that, and we identified a mosaic variant in SCN8A from a father who had a single seizure in adulthood, actually. So what's interesting about this, so this was diagnostic of SCN8A epilepsy, and it has important genetic counseling consequences because there's the recurrence risk is up to 50%, as opposed to most patients who have a de novo variant, where that pathogenic variant is new, not directly inherited from either parent in the proband, and hence the recurrence risk is extremely low. So here it's quite high, and we were able to refer this patient to our colleagues down the street at University of Pennsylvania for pre-implantation genetic diagnosis to avoid, basically make that risk from 50% to essentially zero. And also, while we thought that, again, this variant has not been characterized, the electrophysiology, so it's unclear if it was gain versus loss of function, but the patient was put on trileptal and has been seizure-free. So we've been trying to participate in ongoing efforts, and Mark Fitzgerald, again, in our group is taking the lead, and from our team led by Dr. Hammer and Dr. Schreiber, and this is sort of our basic approach when we identify a variant in SCN8A. Is it pathogenic? So what's its inheritance pattern? We assess for mosaicism. It goes into our bioinformatics pipeline, and it's handed over to the electrophysiology core if it has not previously been characterized to determine gain versus loss. If gain, that patient is placed on a sodium channel blocking agent and could be a candidate again for clinical trial. If loss, in general, our practice is to avoid sodium channel blockers. So in an effort to kind of bridge to the next phase of the evening, I just kind of wanted to mention some issues in the field that I think are important. Of course, pattern of inheritance being de novo inherited along the spectrum of SCN8A epilepsy, or in the case that I showed, mosaic. So this concept of gain versus loss, I think this is to some degree a fraught concept because most variants are complex, but it still seems to be important. And how do we assess that? Are we talking about gain versus loss at the level of the ion channel, at the level of the neuron, at the level of a circuit? A particular variant may have a different impact on different types of neurons, et cetera. So it's complicated, and that's why our approach has been to try to assess it across model systems where possible. Of course, we can't do that for all variants. And then this issue, and this is what I talked about last year, maybe the year before, but trying to, and Dr. Hammer gave a great talk about this, which is trying to understand the seemingly variable response to different sodium channel blockers, which can be very frustrating in clinical practice. What is the basis of this? In some cases, very positive response, and in some cases, lack of response. And then I think we'll hear about, after the break, some of the new therapies on the horizon, small molecule therapies, antisense oligonucleotides, and others. So second to last slide, we are here again to serve the community. Individuals can refer patients to us. Patients can self-refer. We offer a mini fellowship more to our own physicians at CHOP, either in neurology or medical genetics or metabolism, but this is a sort of a rapid, unofficial training in epilepsy neurogenetics, and we're also generating reagents, genetic data, peripheral blood mononuclear cells, or in some cases, cell lines that we're willing to share, and also mouse models. And here's some contact information, or you can email me, but it's just chop.edu/engine, ENGIN, and this is our team. So in particular, I just wanted to point out Ingo and Mark Fitzgerald. Mark's our medical director, Leah, our manager of clinical operations, and Caitlin, our program manager, and Sarah, I have from the queue in here, but so Sarah Ruggiero, who's the genetic counselor, who I work with very closely in clinic, and then Jerome, who was here earlier, a PhD scientist who runs our ion channel electrophysiology core, sodium channel electrophysiology expert, who does our variant involved in our functional validation. So with that, I will stop and take any questions if there are any. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, so before we take a small break, a few announcements. There is one single restroom right across the hall, but there's a larger restroom to the right and then to the left. Also, we have the Ask Me Anything opportunity for all of you in the room that would like to ask any questions for our families at home. You can email that to admin@theacutesyndrome.com. We also wanted to let you know that any of the videos that were, I think there was one video that was accidentally cut short at home with our home viewers, and then the video that was hard to hear, we are going to attempt to put those in the expo for us to look at that and watch those later. Also, just a reminder to go back to the expo and watch all of our cute kiddos videos. And I'm trying to think, I left my sheet over there of all the things I was going to tell. Yes, so we have several questions on the chat from those at home. So if you guys can take a look at that over break and just see if there's any of those that you can answer. All right, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. 2021 QD's Awards. QD's are our annual awards for those who are champions of understanding, treating, and investigating. Is it okay? Oh, well, no, they have that. Hold on. For some reason,
Is it this one?
We just need to extend this to slides.
It was showing the winner. Oh, was it? It wasn't your fault. That's fine. Our annual awards for those who are champions for understanding, treating, investigating, and empowering those with SCN8A. We have 2 Cuties Awards winners this year, 1 researcher and 1 family member. Both have gone above and beyond for our community. The researcher award goes to Eric Wenger. Casey had written a little blurb for me, but I'm going to speak from my heart. I met Eric, I believe, in DC. It was our first gathering that we met. I don't know what year that was, but it was DC. And we had the opportunity to wake up at a ridiculously early hour after this gathering. So we were here all night. We went out all night. And then it's like 8 a.m. Saturday morning. I don't think we had met in person yet. And Eric and I met at that front door. And Eric did his SCN8A 101 presentation for some really desperate parents that really had no understanding of, I could say anything, like other than their children. We know our kids, but we don't know how their brains work. We don't understand some of the scientific presentations that are happening. We listen, we try. But Eric had this way that first morning at 8 o'clock in the morning of explaining SCN8A in a way that we could understand. And he took his time. He answered every question every parent had. And you did it with a gracious heart. And it was really amazing. Nobody had ever, up until that point, even our clinicians, other researchers couldn't explain what we were doing, and he did it that in a way that it just felt right. And then you did it again to a larger crowd. And I think there were maybe 10 families in the room in DC, and then a couple years later there were 75 parents in Baltimore or New Orleans. I don't know the dates. I don't know the locations. I just remember the experience. And every hand kept going up. Explain this, Eric, explain this. And every time you do the presentation, it's a little bit tweaked from learning from the parents. And you tweak it again. You've done it virtually twice. And each time, even I'm able to capture something new each time. And we're so grateful for you and the time and Minaj for connecting us with Eric. And we hope that our relationship can keep growing and you can teach others how to teach us. And thank you. Thank you. I have an award for you. Oh, there's a slide. Perfect. Okay. I probably advanced it too soon, but our family award goes to Ben Clay for this year's Cuties family recipient. And another family member, Roland Wagner, said it best as to why. As is the case with most of us who know Ben, it all dates back to the 2019 gathering in Baltimore. 2 years ago, almost to the day. Since then, he has become a very good and important friend. During a visit, I also got to meet his wonderful family, where it is patently obvious that his interpretation of dad and husband clearly goes above and beyond expectations. Both his gorgeous daughter, Tilly, who as an SCN8A child is the reason Ben appeared in all of our lives in the first place, as well as his smart and charming teenage son, Isaac, quite clearly thrive under the guidance and love of their parents, Ben and Joy. Inspired by the almost tangible activity and initiative that was permeating throughout the gathering, he went straight to work, and in under a year of the official not-profit
SCN8A UK and Ireland came into existence, not least due to Ben's drive and energy. He has since become the SCN8A representative for the European Patient Advocacy Group, supported by the European Alliance of Patient Organizations, Eurordis. Ben was 3 months ago in Bonn, Germany. This included, Ben was instrumental in getting the first ever European SCN8A and SCN2A conference off the ground just 3 months ago in Bonn, Germany. This included endless budget calculations, proposals, and revisions, the weighing of pros and cons on any number of big and small questions, as well as an insane amount of email correspondence and video calls. Besides being a parent, husband, and advocate, Ben is simply a really, really good person. He is smart, thoughtful, and considerate. He has a level head, a kind heart, lots of empathy, and a pleasantly wicked sense of humor. Basically a great guy to know. Unfortunately, Ben is in the middle of his very own health crisis and deserves all of our available support. So, dear Ben, we hope to have you back full strength once this current ordeal is over and dealt with. The world is a better place with you in it doing your stuff. And then we're going to get this to you in the mail. Or maybe I'd love to come deliver it, but most likely the mail. All right, next we have a presentation for Neurocrine. We have Heather Bentley and Brian Mosley. And then again, just keep remember to answer those questions and ask the questions on our Hop and Chat. Hi, thank you so much. I'm Heather Bentley. I'm the program team lead at Neurocrine for the SCN8A program and for the 352 development. And we have just a couple of goals to talk to you about today. First of all, we in-licensed this compound from the very well-timed Xenon. Nice to see you. In December of 2019, and then pandemic. So we're really happy to be here in person with you and part of the community. So we'll tell you a little bit about ourselves, but really Brian's going to take us through some of the caregiver results from the TCSF survey that is just make a time available in pre-publication. It's been submitted for publication to Seizure, but there is an online link that you can look at the preprint. And then we'll talk about, of course, our ongoing, happy to say, phase 2 trial for SCN8A. The obligatory disclaimer, and I know we may have some international audience, but this information is really tailored for the US audience. And that's it, really. We are Neurocrine. This is our headquarters in San Diego. We've been around for about 30 years, neuroscience focused, and epilepsy represents a large part of our neurology portfolio. Dietrich, along with me and my bubble ears, Dietrich is our executive medical director for the program, not able to join us today in person, but in spirit. And these are some of our team members pictured across the disciplines at Neurocrine that have been working on this program since we took 901 over and named it 352 and have been trying to bring it into the clinic. We also have several of our team members here today, so please, by all means, get to know them, and we'll do our best to answer your questions that you submit on the way. And this is it. We're thrilled to be able to be here with you, to hear your stories, to take those into account in our program design and in our conduct of these studies. We were really happy to be able to join with you in Bonn for those meetings, and we hope to continue to do so for some time to come. So with that,
I'll hand it over to Brian. And again, please feel free to come and talk to us at any point during the meetings.
Thank you, Heather. As was mentioned, my name is Brian Mosling. I'm a medical director of clinical development at Neurocrine. Prior to joining Neurocrine earlier this year, I was an epilepsy specialist at the University of Cincinnati. I've been very blessed over the past year to be able to have close collaboration with the Acute Syndrome Foundation. In some of the past seminars that we've had online with members of the Acute Syndrome Foundation and the SCN8A community, we've had a chance to discuss our ongoing trial. And so I thought today what would be good would be to take a few minutes to explore some other data that we've been working on gathering with the Acute Syndrome Foundation, specifically an online caregiver survey that we did that was solicited by TCSF. It was the goal of this online caregiver survey to get a better understanding of the variability that exists in the clinical presentation with SCN8A developmental and epileptic encephalopathy. We did that by soliciting responses about things including patient demographics, the comorbidities or other medical conditions that existed along with SCN8A, the different types of seizures that these patients suffer, as well as the severity of those seizures, the current and past anti-seizure medicines that have been tried, as well as caregivers' perceptions about which anti-seizure medicines work best and which ones worked quite the opposite. In total, we had 116 responses that we were able to use. These came from 4 countries. These were the United States, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. We thank all of you who participated in this survey because we learned a lot of very valuable information, as well as information that has validated what many of our clinicians presented earlier today. What we discovered with the results of this is that the clinical characteristics that exist for the spectrum of genotypes was very, very different across the board. We also saw that a high proportion of caregivers were dissatisfied by the current treatment options that are available for their children. In addition, we discovered that children with SCN8A have the potential to have extremely high seizure burdens that unfortunately can therefore also be associated with other neurologic and motor comorbidities. When we looked at the results of our survey, what we discovered is that there were a total of 70 gain-of-function mutations that were reported. Interestingly, almost 59 variants were reported by one patient, and so there were 59 different variants of which only one patient had. You can imagine how much the spectrum of the phenotypes differed based on those differing genotypes. When we broke the data down and we looked specifically at the seizures, what we saw is that there was a very high seizure burden across multiple different types of seizures. The most common type of seizure that we saw in the results of our survey were generalized tonic-clonic, or what are sometimes referred to as grand mal seizures. These were the most common seizures that were reported in groups of patients, including those that are less than 12 months of age at the time of the survey, those between the ages of 2 to 12 years at the time of the survey, and the few patients who were actually above the age of 18 at the time of the survey. That being said, other types of seizures were certainly reported, including by patients within all of those age ranges. Those included types of seizures, including absent seizures and focal, or what we used to call partial onset seizures. Along with these seizures came a multitude of other medical conditions. Those included intellectual disability, hypotonia or low muscle tone, as well as various movement disorders. When it came to the seizures, as has been reported in some of the other talks given by our clinicians, these manifested at very, very young ages. They typically tended to manifest before the age of 18 months of life, and on average appeared around the age of a mean of 9 months old, and oftentimes by the age of 4 months. In addition, what we saw is that as the disease progressed, although seizures often remained, there did tend to be a decrease in the frequency of these seizures. That being said, as you can see with the listings on the bottom right, a lot of these patients had some very high seizure burden. You can see that at the time that seizures occurred for the first time in our group of patients, 14% had at least 10 seizures, if not more, a day. Although that decreased over time to the date at which the survey was conducted, you can see that still 10% of patients at the point of the survey had 10 or more seizures per day. Given that high extreme burden of seizures, it's no wonder that you see that multiple different medications that appear here on this graph have been tried to try and get the best control of seizures possible. What we saw is that levetiracetam or Keppra was the most commonly prescribed anti-seizure medicine that had suddenly been stopped by the time that the survey was conducted. This goes along with a lot of the work that the clinicians have presented earlier today. In fact, when we asked caregivers in this survey to rate which medicine, at least in their perception, provided the worst seizure control, levetiracetam was ranked the highest. There were 35 caregivers that ranked levetiracetam or Keppra as the drug that in their perception offered the worst control of seizures. On the flip side, once again going along with what some of the clinicians had presented earlier today, oxcarbazepine or Trileptal was the current anti-seizure drug that was most commonly used at the time that the survey was conducted. This goes along with also another finding was that oxcarbazepine was reported by caregivers to be the one anti-seizure medicine in their perspective that offered the best control of their child's seizures. That sentiment was echoed by 35 parents and caregivers who completed the online survey. Certainly, as you can see in that last slide, even with all of the anti-seizure medicines that are approved now for other types of seizures and work through various mechanisms of action, there still exists an unmet need. You can see that by the number of those medicines that have been tried in the past and stopped. And that's why here at Neurocrine, we're exploring a new molecule, what we like to call NBI-921352, or what used to be called SCN901, in the treatment of SCN8A developmental and epileptic encephalopathy. This is an investigational selective NAV or NaV1.6 sodium channel inhibitor that's being studied for the potential treatment of seizures in patients with this particular disorder. The reason why we believe this medicine may be effective and why we're studying it in an ongoing clinical trial right now goes back to the neurons in the brain that are actually responsible for generating the seizures in this condition. Neurons in the brain are responsible for transmitting information to each other, and they do so using both electrical and chemical signals. When it comes to those electrical and chemical signal sodium channels that are located on these neurons play a very key and essential role in how they communicate with one another. In fact, when it comes to those sodium channels, the most abundant one in the human brain is that NaV1.6 channel. Unfortunately, in children who have gain-of-function mutations in the SCN8A gene, as was discussed earlier by Dr. Hammer, they have enhanced activity at that particular sodium channel that may lead to too much sodium being allowed to enter, too much electrical signaling, and if it's synchronized, the development of epileptic seizures, including things like generalized tonic-clonic seizures, focal onset seizures, tonic seizures, atonic seizures, etc. However, the drug that we're studying right now, NBI-921352, is designed to selectively block activity at that particular channel. As Heather mentioned, we have an ongoing trial that is seeking to enroll patients right now to study the effectiveness, the safety, and the pharmacokinetics, or how it's broken down in the body, of this particular medicine versus placebo as add-on treatment in patients who have SCN8A developmental and epileptic encephalopathy. It's been designed with the caregivers and patients with SCN8A in mind. For instance, we've made sure that this drug is compatible with G-tubes and is ketogenic diet friendly. In this trial, the primary thing that we're looking at is the percent change in baseline and a 28-day or basically 1 month average seizure frequency for what we call countable motor seizures. Those would include things like grand mal or generalized tonic-clonic seizures, tonic seizures, atonic seizures, and focal or partial onset seizures that have an identifiable motor or movement component that goes along with it. We're targeting the ultimate enrollment of 52 patients, both here and abroad, with an estimated completion by the end of 2023. We're very fortunate that we now have an active site here in the United States. We were very fortunate to have our first site activated in Fort Worth, Texas, which is Dr. Perry's site at Cook Children's Hospital. As you can see, though, we have at least 11 more sites that have been selected but have not yet been activated here in North America. We're very hopeful that a site that's on the West Coast will be activated very, very soon. At Neurocrine, our motto is that you deserve brave science. And that's definitely the case when it comes to patients who have SCN8A, as well as the caregivers that take care of them. I've learned a lot in just the less than a year that I've been with Neurocrine about the struggles that families affected with this disorder face on a daily basis. Not only through the results of this survey, but also through my interactions with families both here and also with abroad with the SCN8A Alliance there. What I've learned is that there's a lot of bravery that's shown on the part of the caregivers that take care of children with this terrible disorder. Caregivers that are faced with sometimes counting up to 100 plus seizures a day, as well as the intellectual disability and motor difficulties that can go along with this disorder. Not to mention the unfortunate loss of life that we've seen on the screen earlier today. It's really thanks to the collaboration on the part of caregivers like you that people like us at Neurocrine are able to do the work that we do. And so I thank you so much for allowing us to be part of this journey with you. And because of collaborations with folks like you, I'm so hopeful that we're now moving one step closer to a potential approved treatment for this disorder. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll now invite Manoj Patel to come on up so he can introduce the researcher panel.
Thank you, Casey. For those who don't know who I am, my name is Manoj Patel. I'm the basic scientist at the University of Virginia, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Eric Wenger. I met Eric when I was the director of the graduate program many years ago, and we recruited him into the program, and I really thought he was going to work on Rett syndrome with a leading scientist looking at the immune system. But lucky for me, after his first rotation, he decided to try something else and join my lab. And he just graduated this year in the summer with his PhD, and is now at CHOP with Ethan Goldberg. So, Eric.
Great, thanks Manoj, and thanks everyone, Q Syndrome, for having me back. I'm actually really excited to give this talk because I think it's the first time that the families will see me with my researcher hat on, so I'm really excited about that. So my name's Eric. I'm currently at CHOP, but yeah, this work that I should talk about tonight was all done at the University of Virginia. And so I'm going to talk about a story of somatostatin interneurons and their contribution to epilepsy and SCN8A epilepsy. And I like to start this off with the story of how we kind of got started on this. It goes back to a serendipitous finding, kind of a lucky thing that we saw, which was that SCN8A D plus mice, so mice that have an SCN8A mutation, are susceptible to have seizures triggered by loud sound. So in this video, you'll see I'll press a button and turn on a sonicator that typically you just use to clean tools. And within seconds, the D plus mice exhibits a seizure, while wild type mouse is just annoyed, but doesn't have any seizure. And this happens in our hands in 100% of the mice. So this is interesting in and of itself, and people do study audiogenic seizures. But to us, we were more interested in the kind of questions that this allows us to ask, such as which neurons in the brain are responsible for driving these audiogenic seizures. And if we could identify those cells, would that possibly give us insight into the cells that are playing a role in spontaneous seizures? And so this provided us a really nice tractable system. Particularly, we then moved to another mouse model that we had access to in the lab, an SCN8A model that expresses the R1872W mutation in a conditional way. So we could actually choose to put it in certain cells and not others, and ask the question, which ones are sufficient to convey the susceptibility to audiogenic seizures? But just to make sure that this approach is going to work, we first expressed it globally using an E2A Cree. And so here's a mouse. It's a bit younger because these have SUDEP at an earlier age, but you'll see the same thing. The mouse is walking around. I press the button, makes a loud sound. Then the mouse begins to go into the seizure within seconds. So we now know this model also has audiogenic seizures, and that we can test our approach of which neurons are sufficient. So we naturally moved to test excitatory neurons. These are the neurons that we've believed for the last, I'd say, years of SCN8A that are fundamentally driving the disease. And we're not arguing with that. If there's great evidence that EMX1 neurons are playing a role, but watch what happens when you provide the same stimulus to give an audiogenic seizure to EMX1 positive cells. I turn on the sound, the mouse hears it, so it clearly is moving around, it's irritated, but the EMX1 mice don't proceed to have any semblance of an audiogenic seizure. So this was somewhat surprising to us and pushed us to look at inhibitory interneurons. The inhibitory interneurons also express high levels of NaV1.6, so we had good reason to investigate this. And one of the populations we honed in on were SST or somatostatin positive cells. And I want you to watch what happens when we just put the mutation in these cells. I turn on the sonicator. You'll see it become apparent where I have the screen in a second. So the mouse begins this very strong loud running, followed by a very convulsive seizure. And again, this is just expressing the mutation in SST positive interneurons, so making up maybe 7% of cortical neurons. So this was exciting to us because SST cells hadn't yet been characterized as having a really clear role in SCN8A epilepsy. And we believe that if we can more properly identify the cells that are contributing to the epilepsy, it'll give insight into the treatment. It's just a bit of theory, and for those and the families and those who are non-scientists in the room, just to give a really basic view of why we would even think that somatostatin might be contributing to epilepsy, I like to use a metaphor of a car. In the same way that you have a throttle and a brake pedal that are regulating the speed of a car, you have in the brain excitatory and inhibitory interneurons. The excitatory neurons are executing functions while inhibitory interneurons are constraining their excitability to protect against seizures. And so you can see in my little simple model, you have the SST cells targeting the pyramidal cell, damping down its excitability to protect against seizures. And so just a cartoon version of my hypothesis that I'm going to return to this and kind of fill it in through the talk. So if you find yourself spacing out, since it's this evening is dragging on, just hone in your attention just to the slides, and I have this cartoon, and you'll get the whole talk. Briefly, the hypothesis is that the circuit works normally in wild type to prevent against seizures. In the mutant SCN8A condition, this reduction in inhibitory input that the SST cell provides to the pyramidal neuron, because that is reduced, it actually allows the pyramidal to have excessive activity, ultimately conveying susceptibility to seizures. And so I'm going to go through a few steps in how we try to test this hypothesis, and I hope to show you some evidence that this view is supported. The simple first experiment that we did was just to investigate the excitability of SST interneurons directly. What do they look like physiologically? And again, in the Patel lab, we were lucky to have access to two really solid models to study this. First, the D+, globally expressed, or a mouse that has global expression of the N1768D variant, and then the SST cell-specific expression of R1872W, allowing us, in doing physiology in both those systems, to compare and find commonality in the pathology. So let me show you some data. I have one more slide, then I'll show you some data. I'm a patch clamp electrophysiologist, and I think sometimes electrophysiology can be daunting to look at the data if you're not used to seeing this, but just simply so everyone's with me, I take a pipette down to single cells, in this case an SST cell, and I can record neuronal activity in the form of action potentials. I can also record voltage-gated sodium channel activity in just looking at the flow of sodium current. So I'll show data that look like this in my talk. So one of the simplest things you can do with interneuron or with any neuron is to just provide varying levels of stimulation and see how they initiate action potentials in response to those current injections. So here's a typical wild type or just a normal SST cell. And as I give higher levels of current injection going from left to right, you can see that it initiates a higher frequency of action potentials, and that's averaged up on the right panel. We do the same thing in both of the mutant conditions, the D plus and the W plus. For that first left column, you can see they look relatively normal. The action potentials between wild type and the variant conditions look roughly the same. But it's at those higher current injections that you see the action potential progressively decline in amplitude and eventually fizzle out, for lack of a more sciencey term, as it enters a state called depolarization block. The neuron gets stuck in a suprathreshold membrane potential that can't cycle sodium channels to initiate action potentials. Overall, what this means is that at the high stimulus intensity, you have a impaired interneuron firing. And you can see in both of the D plus and the W plus. And the fact that they did the same thing was encouraging to us, suggesting that we're actually going after a mechanism that might be important. Okay, so I'll update my hypothesis. So while you see normal action potentials in the wild type, I saw AP failure by depolarization block in the SST cells from the D plus and W plus mutant condition. But does it matter for the pyramidal neuron's activity? Well, for that, I actually decided to do some dual patching experiments where I recorded an SST cell simultaneously while recording a pyramidal neuron, and to see if depolarization block related at all in time with the activity you would see in the pyramidal neuron. And in particular, I did this in seizure-like context to get the pyramidal neurons to have activity, hypothesizing that I see synchronous moments of depolarization block and bursts of activity in the pyramidal neuron. Here's what this data will look like. If you do it in wild type, so just to orient you, I have an SST cell on top and a pyramidal neuron on the bottom, recorded at the same time over a period of about 15 minutes as I expose the slice to a solution that's slightly pro-convulsant. So it makes the slice have seizure-like activity. So you can see I see action potentials in both the SST cell, and I see some small bursts in wild type, but nothing too severe, and no evidence in that case of depolarization block. But when I do the same type of recording in D plus and in the W plus condition, I see these very strong instances of synchronous depolarization block in the SST cell with a burst of activity in the pyramidal cell. So I zoom in on an event here, and you can see for both of these conditions, there's this, as soon as the SST cell goes in the block, I observe the pyramidal neuron have a burst of activity. And this way, in both the mutant conditions, they were significantly elevated relative to wild type at the rate that they actually had these depolarization block events. So what does that tell us? Well, it says that SST cells have depolarization block. They're hypersensitive to depolarization block, but also that is the state that they inhabit during seizure-like activity, and it's related to pyramidal neurons. Step 3, I wanted to hone in more on the channel. Okay, so what has changed about the channel that leads to depolarization block? We had a natural hypothesis based on previous work that the channels would have impaired inactivation in elevated persistent sodium currents. So I decided to measure the persistent sodium currents in SST cells, and you can do this by doing a slow voltage ramp that allows you to maintain steady state conditions. And if you're not used to looking at these the simple way, you can take my word for it that the difference, the magnitude of the difference between these two traces, both in the D plus and W plus, is greater than the wild type, suggesting that simply that current is dialed up. This is consistent with the other reports we have of N1768D and R1872W, but it's the first time that it's been seen in an inhibitory interneuron population. And so we do see increased persistent currents due to the mutations. So again, I've updated the hypothesis. There's an elevated persistent sodium current in the SST cells. We believe it's driving or is somehow related to depolarization block. It's related to pyramidal neuron excitability and ultimately susceptibility to seizures. But we wanted to really hone in on these separate pieces and try to connect the dots a little stronger. And so one way to do that would be to elevate a persistent current in wild type and see if you can reproduce the depolarization block phenotype, really identify that these are related. And we did this in 2 ways in our recently published paper with this data, but I'll only have time to show you one. The way I'm not going to show you is pharmacologically. If you activate the persistent with a toxin, loratadine, you push neurons into depolarization block really strongly. What I will show you this evening is computationally, which allows you to simulate spiking neurons with mathematical equations where you model individual ion channels And these experiments are really nice because they allow you, unlike experimental situations, to change one and only one parameter. So in this case, it's really simple. We dial up the persistent current magnitude, shown here as GNAP, or the conductance of the persistent sodium, and look at how the spiking of the neuron changes over a current injection step. So again, this is a simulated neuron. I hope to your eyes it looks very highly resembles my physiology experiment. But what I want you to notice is that for the high level of persistent sodium current magnitude, at this higher current injection step, the neuron begins to fail by depolarization block. Put separately, in the same data just shown in a heat map, you can see if you have the persistent sodium current magnitude, or again, the persistent sodium conductance, as that is dialed up and as you provide current injection, it's much easier to reach the depolarization block threshold. So really, I think because of how linear this relationship is, you can think about the persistent sodium current being a dial on the upper limit of a neuron's ability to fire due to depolarization block. Okay, I'm nearing the last bit of data I'll show you. So this picture has really been filled in. We know that there's an elevated persistent current that drives depolarization block, and that's contributing to pyramidal neuron activity and susceptibility to seizures. But in the last experiment that's a bit trickier to get at, we really wanted to see if we can make wild-type interneurons have depolarization block, would that result in seizures? So what would the behavior of the mice look like in wild-type? And he believed kind of boldly that we could make a wild-type mouse seize if we induce some changes to SST interneurons. This is a bit more challenging to do selectively to increase a persistent inward current. But the strategy we landed on was to use a chemogenetic approach. So use GQ-DREAD, which is a receptor that can generate persistent inward current, not necessarily sodium, but a persistent inward current by delivering CNO. And we bred the mice in a way so we only express the receptor on SST cells. So we have control shown in black, GQ-DREAD negative mice, as well as GQ-DREAD positive. And we're going to record them, record EEG before and after we give the drug to activate this receptor. Before I show you the in vivo data, I just want to convince you that this approach can work to resemble the physiology of the mutant condition. So if you do a gap-free recording, you just record a neuron and you provide CNO to activate this persistent inward current, I can make an SST start spontaneously firing, and it stays like that for a very long time. And more importantly for us, we before and after treatment with CNO, we know that we can induce premature depolarization block. So that threshold for block came down in every neuron that we tested. All right, so now the in vivo portion. So this is an EEG recording of a mouse that does not have GQ-DREADs. This is the control mouse, a litter made of the ones I'll show you in just a second. But I hope even to the untrained eye, this looks like there's nothing there. It's just consistent EEG before and after giving CNO. But when you do it in the mouse that has GQ-DREAD expressed just in SST cells, baseline looks normal, but right after you give the CNO to the mice, you see this enrichment in the low frequency, so the brain is synchronizing. If you zoom in and look at the actual EEG, it has a spike wave discharge pattern that is resembling status epilepticus. In this mouse, has a very odd behavior during this time, and it lasts for hours. You can see it does wash out eventually. I'm showing at 10 hours, but this is a very long response. So we were encouraged by this in that if you get a current that is like a persistent current just in SST cells, we make wild-type mice have prolonged seizures. So to us, that was just, again, supportive of the view that this is an important contributor to epilepsy and might be really important to consider as we're moving forward with SCN8A epilepsy and developing treatments. So just to summarize, I've shown you a few things. I've shown you that there's an elevated persistent sodium current in SST interneurons from mice that have SCN8A variants. That persistent current that is elevated is sufficient in and of itself to induce depolarization block or hypersensitivity to depolarization block. I showed you that these instances of block are related to the pyramidal neuron's activity, at least under seizure-like conditions. And then I showed you two pieces of evidence in vivo that this matters. One, that if you put an SCN8A mutation just in SST cells, you get audiogenic seizures. And secondly, that if you activate a current like a persistent current in wild type SST cells, you push it to have status epilepticus. And so with that, I'll finish the talk and thank everyone again for attention and pushing through what I think is one of my, this is a long, but one of my favorite meetings of the year. I'm missing the families a lot. And this is the team that I worked with for this project, an excellent group of scientists. I'm sad to leave them, but they're continuing on with great work. Also, thank you to my funding sources as well as collaborators. And with that, I'll take any questions you have. Thank you.
So I'll be directed, I guess, but why do you think the EMF1 like don't have any good?
It's a good question. I have a couple of thoughts. One is very painfully practical that I think someone in this room could actually test. I did them at a relatively young age because we fight some sudden death by beginning at 4 weeks. So I think these are in between 3 and 4 weeks. I wouldn't mind someone else validating for sure that they don't have audiogenic at a later time point. I think that'd be interesting. I think it's complicated, but I think that there may be some regions that are more subcortical. So it's less about the excitatory neuron part of it and more about the forebrain part of it. So we know the inferior colliculus is superior colliculus are important in audiogenic seizures, and those areas wouldn't be hit by EMX1. So I think different CRE lines with this same approach, I think would be really great to shed light on this issue, and it's a very simple experiment. You press a button after doing some mouse breathing. Thanks for that question.
That was a brilliant presentation, but there's a couple of doubts. The first is about how this model can represent, the reality which we know in the patient, because we don't know any evidence.
I'm having a really hard time hearing you, actually.
Can I just? Yes, my first question was about how can this model represent the reality which you know in the patient, because we do not have any evidence of reflex seizure, which would imply actually in humans predominant neocortical sensory motor involvement in any case, but we are actually not in experience with that. This is the first one. The second one is about the mechanism, which is interesting actually, but seems to be to put the mechanism of action, at least in part, of SCN8A bit closer to SCN1A, isn't it? Or at least a contribution like that, which is actually surprising to me. Is it absolutely interesting, but is pretty much the opposite that we were knowing so far. I don't think that must be complicated.
I don't have a great answer to the second one, but the part I look to, and I think our team, one of the reasons we wanted to look at interneurons is we know that the patients, there's such a large portion of patients who are still refractory. So I think if it was a simple case that excitatory neurons were just hyperexcitable, I think we'd see better response. Obviously, you're more associated with the patient side of it, but I guess just the fact that SCN8A patients, such a large percentage of them still are refractory to treatments, makes me as a scientist hone in on complicated dynamic processes, like the fact that we're hitting different neuronal populations. So I think that what our goal with this is for SST interneurons is to complicate the picture, even if it's maybe takes us in some ways a step back, but to say, look, a sodium channel blocker is complex in the way that it's affecting neural circuits because we're also hitting interneurons. Does that answer the second question?
I think so. Totally agree with you that things must be complicated. I'm pretty convinced that this might reflect one of the complicated factors.
Yeah.
Still struggling what it can mean, because you know that this study, what they demonstrated or tried to demonstrate, that abolishing the activity of SCN8 will produce a clinical picture similar to the decreased activity on SCN1, rather the opposite. So I was convinced that our opposite mechanism did not debrute, the net of consequence, but that is definitely interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. Did I get your first question? I think that was the one I didn't.
The first question was just an observation. I'm not sure how much this can, explain the clinical picture in patient, because we do not know this phenotype. this is totally absent in the cohort which I know.
Okay.
So just to confirm that, are you saying that, because we don't know if these patients have audiogenic seizures, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So, I mean, has anybody ever...
Yeah. I think if I need one response to that, I think if I put any of these N1768D mice on anti-seizure medications, I can block audiogenic seizures. So we've done that experiment. So I think it's difficult to say for sure in our patients because we don't have the equivalent of this, which would be an SCN8A patient off meds. So I think I'm who knows if we'll get there, but I'm waiting for a case report or something.
Question stems from that is, does putting someone on the sodium channel blocking, putting a mouse on a sodium channel blocker, does it reduce that blockade, or does it then reduce the activity on the pyramidal neuron?
Yeah. That's such a good question. I can tell you I haven't been successful with sodium channel blockers to rescue depolarization block. And I wanted that to work. I think it's a great experiment I would have added to the paper. So just for being candid, I haven't been able to get that to work. So I think it'd be interesting to investigate other mechanisms, like a potassium channel activator to rescue depolarization block to see if that would actually help. So that's a helpful question.
I think that this would be a good question to ask the families because I have personal experience. I know none of our clinicians have ever asked, has your child had an auditory seizure? But if somebody had asked me, have you dropped a book beside your son and you had a seizure immediately after? I would say yes. And I know a handful of our parents would probably say the same thing. We don't go to parades. We don't go, to loud auditoriums. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker needs no real introduction. It's Professor Miriam Meisler. She is the Myron Levin Distinguished University Professor, also Professor of Human Genetics and Neurology. She's been instrumental in the fields of sodium channelopathies, including the discovery of 1.6 and 1.1 mutations. She also is very... And she's an incredible collaborator, as you saw the mice that we have from Miriam's lab, and she's very open at letting people have these mice, and so I'll let her.
Good evening. This is Miriam Meisler speaking from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'm very sorry not to be with you tonight to see all my old friends in the SCN8A community, but I'm glad to be able to give you this short presentation about our current efforts in the laboratory. We're represented at the meeting this year by Sophie Hill, a graduate student in neuroscience. I believe she's in the room with you tonight. And she's also presenting a poster on Monday at the noon session. This is Wenji Yu, a postdoctoral fellow in the laboratory. And this is Guy Lenk, a research scientist in the laboratory. This recent figure from Brain 2021, you may have seen already tonight. And this is a representation of 136 mutations in SCN8A, all of which have been tested functionally. And what you can see, just look at the fact that most of these are colored red and pink in this diagram. And this represents those mutations which have been shown to be gain of function. as opposed to the blue symbols, which are loss of function. And you can see that most of the known mutations in SCN8A are in fact gain of function. Now, what do we mean by gain of function? What we really mean by gain of function is that the channel has an abnormal function in neurons. And for example, these are three of the well-established mechanisms for gain of function of SCN8A. Here you have a channel where the wild type channel in black is opening at about minus 20 millivolts in this experiment, and the mutant channel is opening much earlier, 10 millivolts earlier. So at a point where the neuron should be quiescent, instead it has SCN8A activity. Here you have the converse. We have a situation where the wild type channel you see opening and closing in a single action potential, and yet these mutant channels are staying open much longer, again, giving the neuron excess sodium channel activity. In the third case, looking 100 milliseconds after an action potential, when the wild type channel is virtually closed, the mutant channel has remained open, again, giving the neuron excess activity. And what does this look like, this excess activity? Here's some recordings from a mouse model in which we put this mutation N1768D into the mouse genome, and it results in neuronal hyperactivity and spontaneous firing. So these are recordings from hippocampal neurons. And you see the wild type neuron is not showing any activity during this 10 seconds, whereas the mutant channel is just firing action potentials due to its intrinsic hyperactivity. So this is what we mean a typical gain of function mutation in vivo in the brain. So how do we treat these gain of function mutations of SCN8A? What we'd like to do is reduce SCN8A expression to a desired level, reduce SCN8A activity, and restore the appropriate balance to the cells. So there are two major ways to do this. We can use drugs, sodium channel blockers, and some wonderful new blockers are being developed that are specific for SCN8A, which will minimize side effects from inhibiting other sodium channels. The other major approach is a genetic therapy. In this case, these are intrinsically specific. The sequence specificity targets them to one single channel, and that's the positive of the genetic approach. The difficulty is it's more difficult to control dosage and to be sure that you won't go too far and cause damage by knocking down the channel. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about two approaches, ASO, antisense oligonucleotides, which reduce the messenger RNA level. And we have preclinical demonstration in the mouse that this is an effective treatment. And then the use of viruses, an AAV to administer an shRNA, which behaves in the same way by reducing mRNA levels. And we're trying to obtain preclinical information about this approach. So this is a paper we published almost 2 years ago now in the Annals of Neurology. It's a collaboration between the University of Michigan and Ionis Pharmaceuticals, which developed the ASOs. And it demonstrates that an SCN8A antisense oligo is protective in 2 mouse models of SCN8A encephalopathy and of Dravet syndrome. So how do ASOs work? ASOs are very short oligonucleotides, 20 base pairs, but they're able to form very stable hybrids with much larger molecules. And this is the same process that we see when we do PCR. The sequence specificity of these PCR primers, which are also about 20 base pairs, enables them, if we denature a double-stranded molecule and make single-stranded nucleic RNA or DNA, these short 20 base pair oligos can form a stable hybrid and prevent the rehybridization of the large molecules. So this is what we see with antisense oligos. But the remarkable thing is that these oligos are taken up by whole neurons in vivo. If we get the oligo into the cerebrospinal fluid, they will then hybridize within the neuron with single-stranded RNA molecules, either in the nucleus or in the cytoplasm. If they hybridize in the nucleus, the ASO can block splicing because the nuclear transcripts have exons and introns. And this is the approach that's used for treating the Dravet syndrome treatment that's in clinical trials right now. In the cytoplasm, these ASOs can hybridize with the mature mRNA and cause the mRNA to be degraded by an enzyme called ribonuclease H, therefore depressing the RNA and depressing the protein that's encoded by that RNA. So here you can see an example where we asked, can we use this mouse model of early onset epilepsy and sudden death to test the effectiveness of ASOs in vivo? So here I've plotted percent survival versus the age of the mice in weeks. And you can see that by 3 weeks of age, all of these mutant mice have died due to having a single major seizure followed by sudden death. Now, when we treat the mice with ASO, we see, first of all, there's reduction of the messenger RNA. And second of all, as I'm showing you here, a reduction of the protein. So we treated neonatal mice. We looked at the protein after 3 weeks, and you can see a major depression in the amount of ASO, of SCN8A, a protein NAV1.6. So what's the effect of this on those seizures I just showed you? Well, here you can see that treatment at postnatal day 2, which is well before the seizures begin, will delay the onset and extend the survival of the R1872W mice. So this is the time of treatment. Again, we're looking at age in weeks. These are the controls, which are gone by 3 weeks of age. And if we give 15, 30, or 45 micrograms of SCN8A ASO, we can prolong the survival of these mice in a dose-dependent fashion. Here you can see if we give 15, 30, or 45 micrograms of ASO, we get basically extended survival from 2 to 4, 6, or 8 weeks. So this clearly does work if we get ASO into the cerebrospinal fluid. Why do these mice eventually succumb? The answer is that the ASO is not indefinitely stable. So here you can see the relative transcript level, which at 3 weeks of age is down to 50% after ASO treatment, or 0.5 times the normal level. But by 6 or 8 weeks, we've recovered normal level, and that's when the seizures return. So we asked, would repeated administration of the ASO further extend the seizure-free survival? These animals received an ASO treatment at 2 days of age and a second treatment at 30 days of age. And now we have extended their survival to 9 weeks. So this is a treatment that can be repeated and presumably indefinitely. Now, here come the big questions. Are there any negative effects of partially reducing the SCN8A? It all depends on how far, and here's the issue of controlling dose. Because we know that going down to 50%, which is what I showed you in these mice, is well tolerated in the mouse and in humans. In both cases, individuals with 50% heterozygotes for a loss of function allele have some behavioral changes. In the mice, they show up as anxiety. In humans, there's some intellectual disability. They both have absent seizures, but we don't see convulsive seizures at all in the mice. So this is clearly a better clinical phenotype than we saw with the DEE itself. We tested our ASO treated mice in 3 tests. In the open field test, we're looking at their normal activity, and they were completely normal in their running, in their standing up, in their movement from the edge to the middle of the field. We didn't see any hind limb clasping, which is a general indicator of neurological function in the mouse. The only difference we saw was that they were slower on wheel running, had a 25% reduction in speed. So loss of 50% of SCN8A is much less severe than a gain of function mutation unopposed, and the treatment would clearly be useful if we could reproduce this in patients. So I've shown you that the ASO administered before onset prevents development. We're currently working very hard to determine whether administration of the ASO after the seizures have begun will still have a comparable effect. In other words, to ask, are there other changes in the brains of these mice due to the SCN8A mutation that will continue to cause trouble even if we start the ASO later? So this is a project that Sophie Hill has been working very hard on, and we hope to have the answer within the coming year. Another question we're asking is, could we obtain comparable control of seizures with a local administration of SCN8A to a specific brain region? Because in the context of the human patient, it would take much less ASO to target, and we might reduce secondary effects. And also, these viral administrations can persist for years rather than weeks. So this is a project that Wenji Yu is working on in the lab, using an AAV virus to administer shRNA. And again, we hope that by a year from now, we can tell you the answer to that question. We're also looking into the question as whether there might be broader applicability of SCN8A ASO. Since NAV1.6 is a major sodium channel in excitatory neurons, it would follow that the ASO might be therapeutic in other genetic epilepsies by reducing the neuronal excitability that I showed you, regardless of its cause. So this is a subject that Sophie will be presenting on Monday, potential applications of the SCN8A ASO to other disorders. We've already treated SCN8A gain of function mice with the SCN8A ASO and seen a reduction in the mutant transcript. We've also treated SCN1A loss of function Dravet syndrome mice with SCN8A and seen a compensation by reducing the activity of excitatory neurons. And what Sophie is looking at, and will report on Monday, is looking at 3 other genetic disorders due to potassium channels or LGI1 and treating with the SCN ASO to see if it can be comparable to what happened in the Dravet mice. And she's also asking whether mice with SCN8A mutations may be helped by other ASO treatments. What else do we need? Now that we have this proof of principle in the preclinical model, what do we need to move the ASO treatment to the clinic? Well, first of all, we need commitment by a pharma collaborator. And we're hoping that showing broader utility of this ASO to other disorders may help us recruit a committed pharma to this project. We also very much need the natural history studies that our parents are working with to get a baseline sense of the progression of the untreated disease. And then we have to progress to clinical trials. So to summarize, the use of ASOs for genetic epilepsies. Positive features include the tremendous specificity that's conferred by the sequence of the ASO. The ASOs are inexpensive to produce, and we may have broad applicability to both gain of function and loss of function mutations. The limitations include the spinal cord administration, which is not so easy, and we need that because the ASOs do not cross the blood-brain barrier. We have limited in vivo stability of the ASOs that requires repeated treatments, and we have the potential that broad distribution in the brain could lead to side effects in patients. Finally, you must know the mechanism of the patient mutation before choosing an ASO for treatment, because you'll need something different if you're dealing with a gain of function versus a loss of function mutation. So I'd like to acknowledge all my collaborators. I've mentioned our current people in the laboratory and our collaborators at Ionis. I'd like to acknowledge my collaborators at the University of Michigan and at other universities, and my support, a continuing support from the NIH and from AES, Dravet Syndrome Foundation, Wishes for Elliott, and the Cute Syndrome Foundation, all of which we're very grateful for. I'd be very happy now to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Ron Summers. I'm an assistant professor in Department of Neurology at UCLA. It's really a pleasure to be able to present today at this event. So thanks to Hillary and Manoj for helping arrange this, and others as well. Let me actually minimize myself so the presentation is a little bit smoother. So I study network dynamics using these things called brain organoids. And so really the research goal in my laboratory is to utilize stem cell models to understand how circuits form in the brain. And by circuits, I really mean the particular interactions between neurons in the brain and how that works to give rise to disease when there's a problem. And of course, I study SCN8A, and that's why I'm here today. I'm going to talk about some SCN8A related organoid research. And so, this is obviously complicated. That's an obvious point. And here are just two simple cartoons to illustrate this. So why is it complicated? One is because the human brain is, of course, anatomically very complex. And so we need to be able to model that. And the second reason that's relevant to those of us who are clinical neurophysiologists or neurophysiologists, I'm also an epileptologist. I see patients with epileptic encephalopathies, and I read EEGs as well. And so we also know that the brain is physiologically complex. This is an EEG from a normal patient, and it's showing brain waves essentially. And so there's a quote I like, which is that all models are bad, but some can be useful. And so for our stem cell based model, really what we need, even if it's bad, for it to be useful is for it to be able to recapitulate some complex anatomy of the brain and some of the physiology. And so a broad approach to do this is here. Essentially, in my laboratory, the way I approach things is as a reductionist. And so we take this complicated problem and we try and break it down into a smaller problem and really study it in granular detail. So this is like a 30,000-foot view of how we approach science in the lab. So in our laboratory, we're developing these things called brain organoids, which I'll describe. We are developing approaches to look at really physiological activity, so how the circuits function in the organoid. And then, of course, we're studying SCN8A. So we're making different kinds of brain regions, organoid brain regions, like cortex and hippocampus, which I'll show you. And we're trying to apply and develop tools to look at how cells are active within these regions of organoid. And so what's an organoid? So it's a relatively novel tool. It's about 15 years old now since they were first described. They come from stem cells. So human stem cells can be either embryonic stem cells or what we call induced pluripotent stem cells. And so those can be patient stem cells. So a patient has SCN8A. We can take the cells from that patient, make it into a stem cell, and then generate this thing, which is this three-dimensional structure. And this is an iPhone image from one of our organoids. And what's remarkable about the organoids is that they have an organization like human brain. including a layered structure and the presence of cells that are important, neurons, brain cells, that are important for the function of human brain, and that sometimes aren't seen in other animals, like rodents, for example. And so, okay, so this is sort of an image that was a cartoon, and here's an image of a cross-section of an organoid from my lab. And for these purposes, really, the point is there's blue, red, and green, and they're separated. And so there's a layered organization like we see in actual human cortex. So that's good. So the anatomy part of my potentially bad but useful model is there. The question we ask next is, does this anatomical complexity translate into physiological complexity? Because that's really important to study epilepsy, to study autism, to study lots of neurological diseases where anatomy may appear normal, but function may be still extremely abnormal, right? And so, the short answer to that question, I think, is yes. I can't get into that because that's previous work that I did as a postdoc and is the basis of my laboratory. But I can kind of describe the tools briefly. So we do two things, really, many things, but two important things in terms of our approaches. One is this, which is calcium imaging, and we use a microscope to look at the firing of the cells. This is an SCN8A organoid, and when you're seeing it light up, those are individual cells within the organoid active. So this is actually patient-derived. And then we can extract individual data points from this using algorithms that we basically adapted that have existed before. And we can look at the data in different ways as well. And so here we're taking that same individual cell firing and splitting the cells into their patterns of activity. So the purple, the red, and the yellow, et cetera, are still the same data you're seeing on the left of the screen, but segregated by activity patterns. And then we can do this thing, which is a local field potential recording. It's like an EEG for an organoid. An EEG actually is a local field potential. But we make electrodes, we stick them into the organoid. That's what you're seeing in that picture. And we can get data like what I'm showing here. And basically what you want to pay attention to is these sort of peaks and valleys. The peaks being oscillations at which we're seeing particular oscillations of particular frequencies. And the scale is from 1 to 300 here, but especially like around between 1 and 10 hertz, and between 10 and 100, you see a bunch of these peaks. And these are the same peaks you'd actually see from human EEG data, for example, if we looked at it that way, which we don't typically do, but it's there. And so these tools, first of all, allow us to interrogate the physiology of the organoid in the way that I'm interested in, but also show us that the organoid is able to produce some of the brain waves that we'd want to see that are actually produced in human brain as well. All right, and so this work is actually published recently, and I can't get into it in more detail, but there's a lot more to this. But if anyone's interested, here's that publication. It came out in August of this year. So what about SCN8A? So we got patient iPSCs from Dr. Jack Parent at the University of Michigan with this particular pathogenic mutation. And first we make cortex organoids. And here's the control. So Dr. Parent not only gave us the mutant from the patient, but he also corrected the mutation. So we have a control. And that's what I call eye control or isogenic control. And so without really explaining that data, let me show you the mutant so that it kind of becomes more obvious. But if you look at the blue trace on top and this red trace, they're obviously very different. And particularly the red trace, there's all these regions where it looks like it's kind of going berserk, or where the number 2 is, where it's kind of very quiet. And we can blow these regions up and you see that, yeah, indeed, it's very active in certain points and it's really quiet in other points. Whereas the blue trace sort of has this much more seemingly organized looking appearance. Indeed, we can show that this is the case by transforming that data, the blue trace on top, into this kind of graph. And here you're seeing some nice peaks and valleys. And of course, that means we're seeing oscillations at frequencies that you'd want to see. If you look at the mutant, you really don't see any of these peaks early on. You see this little thing over here, but that's not really significant when we looked at a bunch of data. So overall, really, there are nice oscillations in control. In the mutant, there are no oscillations, and it also looks like it's really sort of hyperactive. And we can look at this hyperactivity in these SCN8A mutant organoids kind of in more detail. This is just a snapshot of the kind of things we did, but we can split these things that are sticking out into different different sort of entities. For example, a spike, which is defined clinically as lasting a certain amount of time, or sharp waves or large amplitude discharges, whatever. We did that. I'm only showing the example of the spike. And in summary, essentially, we see more spikes in the mutant. We see that the amplitude of the spikes are higher. We see that we have these runs of just kind of craziness, these berserk high amplitude discharges. We see them often in the mutant, and we never see them in the control. Each dot represents an individual, independent experiment with independently generated organoids. And then we can do calcium imaging experiments, like I showed you earlier. And here, really, the point is that in the case of the mutant cortex, we see, if you look carefully, there's times where a lot of the cells, although maybe not all of them, fire together. So it's like hyper synchronized. We never see, or almost never, actually, no, we never see it in the control. And here's sort of the data suggesting that in the red, this axis, as you get closer to 1, that means 100% of the cells are firing together. And so sometimes we get cases where 70, 80% of the cells fire together in the mutant, and almost never in the case of the control. And so this is statistically significant. Put this together, what does it mean? That the cortex organoids containing this SCN8A mutation, this particular pathogenic mutation from this particular patient, are hyperexcitable. So that's sort of maybe expected. And those of you in the audience who know the data and the research out there may be like, well, okay, well, he showed what we've already known. That's true. I think the new contribution is maybe that we made organoids, and we showed also lack of some oscillations, like gamma oscillations, for example. But we went further at this point. We also wanted to simultaneously make different kinds of organoids. So that's cortex. It's like the front of the brain, maybe the thinking part of the brain is one way you can think of it. We also made hippocampus, and this is a part of the brain that's important for learning and memory, and that's impaired in many kinds of epileptic encephalopathies and many other diseases. And the point of this is really to say that this imaging is just to say that, this on the one hand doesn't look like the beautiful hippocampus you can get in an actual animal if you take a slice, but it has the cells and the regions that you would expect in hippocampus, like DG stands for dentate gyrus with PROX1 positive cells, CA3 stands for the CA3 region with GLUC1 positive cells. And so it's the best approximation we can get with an organoid. And so we went forward with this. So we were making these hippocampal organoids. So what happens functionally? Well, in the control hippocampus, the blue traces, once again, we're seeing nice oscillations. And so in the mutant, we were expecting maybe we won't see oscillations and a bunch of hyperexcitability. Interestingly, that wasn't what we saw. We're certainly not seeing the crazy kind of berserk hyperexcitable runs that we were seeing in the cortex. And we're also seeing some oscillations like gamma, although it is a little bit different than the control, but not like strikingly so. And so we went and quantified. We took the area under the curve. We tried to see, well, for all these named oscillations of various frequencies, are there differences? So pretty much in every case, no, except for this one particular oscillation beta, which is from about 13 to 34 hertz. That's the speed. There is a significant increase in control relative to the mutant. And here's just a single example to illustrate this, where in the blue you see a peak in the highlighted area, whereas in the red you don't, and that the red is a mutant, of course. All right, so there's also a few spiky looking things in these traces. So we looked at this. This is the control, and the arrow is pointing at one of those spikes. I'm blowing it up a lot. You can see the scale goes from 100 seconds on the top to 50 milliseconds on the bottom. And what we see when we blow it up is that this actually has a very characteristic appearance, especially when I'm circling. So you have a discharge, and on top of it, it's a bunch of little things that we actually call a ripple, or specifically a sharp wave ripple. And a sharp wave ripple is exciting to see in a hippocampus because it is a characteristic oscillation that's seen in human hippocampus and in other mammalian species. So we're making organoid hippocampi, and they're actually making the brain waves that we'd expect. And so what about the mutant? We also have these kinds of discharges. Here's one example. And it looks like it could be a sharp wave ripple, right? The appearance, like it goes and there's a discharge and there's this fast looking stuff that happens, but the speed of it is actually slower. It doesn't go at the super fast 120, 200 200, 300 hertz, that's the speed that you'd actually see in a sharp wave ripple. Rather, it's around 60 hertz. So there's some impairment in the ability for these ripple-like things in the mutant to actually generate the speed that's necessary. So why do I care? Why am I pointing these things out? Well, first of all, here are the data. So in the control, you see a significant increase in sharp wave ripples. You see an increase in beta oscillatory power. Note, by the way, each circle is one experiment, independent experiment. We don't see sharp wave ripples in every single hippocampus that we make for controls. There's a bunch where we don't see it, but in about 50% of the cases we see it. In mutant, we never see it. And the reason this is important is that hippocampal sharp wave ripples are a mechanism of memory consolidation, and they're seen across mammalian species, and these are examples. And beta oscillations are also important for some memory performance. So together, this suggests perhaps a deficit in some aspects of memory function from this pathogenic mutation. All right, so let's put all of this together for the hippocampus. First of all, we're making hippocampus, and it's doing the stuff that in some ways that you'd want to see in hippocampus, like sharp wave ripple generation. We don't see this in cortex, in a control cortex. So that's nice. So we're making the organoids, and it's doing kind of the hippocampus thing that you'd expect in human brain as well. Now, if we look at the mutant versus the control, the activity patterns are different. Like in the case of the cortex, right, they look completely different when you looked at the raw traces, where the cortex was looking really kind of very hyperexcitable. But in the hippocampus, the mutant hippocampus didn't look that clearly different. So the same pathogenic mutation is resulting in kind of different activity patterns depending on what kind of brain region we're making. And of course, this may have some implications for disease, not only pathology, but how we treat the disease. So something that might be good for cortex, like a medication, may not be good for hippocampus, maybe neutral, maybe bad, but we don't know. And I think we need to explore that a little bit more. And finally, what I want to mention, other than studying these basic circuit behaviors, what do we want to do with organoids? How is it relevant to SCN8A or whatever kind of epileptic encephalopathy that we're studying? Is what we also are thinking about this more broadly as a potential tool for precision or personalized medicine. So here is an EEG from a patient with a suppression burst pattern from a severe epileptic encephalopathy. Here's an SCN8A calcium imaging data slide. And so we put those together. You can see, potentially there may be some relationships between these patterns of activity. The question is it actually related, or can we actually extrapolate from the organoid to the patient? And we don't know that yet, but this is something that we're simultaneously trying to work towards. Here's organoid LFP data. We know we have the organoids make oscillations. I've shown that in the data so far. And here's EEG data from patients. So EEGs are also these oscillations that was used to make determinations about patient response to drugs in epileptic encephalopathy. So the question still remains, can we, for example, fix something in an organoid oscillation by giving a drug and expect that drug to have the same effect in a patient? We don't know that. Maybe we can. That would be wonderful. Maybe we can't. Maybe we can in limited circumstances. Either way, we don't know yet. And so that's something also I think is really important that we're trying to explore with the way that we're doing some experiments, moving forward. And so finally, how do we think about this broadly? How is it relevant? So stem cells theoretically has this tremendous potential, and stem cell research can have, really profound implications for our wishes for Elliot in particular. And the work has been done both at UCLA and with collaborations outside, like Jack Parent at University of Michigan. I may not be available for questions. You can email me at rsummersing@ucla.edu. So thank you again for your attention. And with that, I will end.
Very, very exciting work. Thank you, Ronald. Our next speaker is Dr. Jennifer Wong. Jennifer did her postdoctoral research at Emory University with Andrew and has continued there and is now an assistant professor. Jennifer, thank you for coming.
it should be that right there. Oh, and it's all on.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank first Manoj and Hillary for the invitation to present tonight. And I'm really excited to be here in person to interact with everyone. And hopefully next year, we'll be able to see the families again. But tonight, I'm going to share a little bit of our work on cannabidiol against induced seizures and behaviors in an SCN8A mouse model. And so I know we're all aware of cannabidiol or CBD, but just to have us all on the same page, CBD is the main non-psychomimetic constituent of cannabis. And there are several therapeutic benefits of CBD, including its anxiolytic, antidepressive, it can induce pro-social behavior, and it has anti-inflammatory properties. And so CBD has been FDA approved for 3 severe pediatric forms of epilepsy, including Dravet syndrome. And so we know from the clinical trials in Dravet syndrome that with CBD treatment, about 50%, they see about 50% reduction in spontaneous seizure frequency in the patients. And so we were curious to see whether CBD would be protective in SCN8A-derived epilepsy. But it's a little bit more challenging to look at this in the patients, as patients are often on multiple medications. And so in order to look at whether CBD has a direct effect on SCN8A-derived epilepsy, we use an SCN8A mouse model. And so we've already heard several great presentations tonight on the clinical presentation of the patients with SCN8A mutations. But we were particularly interested in the R1620L mutation. This is located in the D4S4. And this mutation was identified in a patient, in contrast to what we know about a lot of the severe pediatric epileptic encephalopathies associated with SCN8A. This mutation was associated with a patient with a milder form of epilepsy and a wider range of behavior abnormalities, including autism, ADHD, social deficits, and aggression. And so using CRISPR-Cas9, we knocked in this R1620L mutation into the mouse SCN8A gene. And earlier this year, we published our characterization of these mice. But just briefly, these mice have spontaneous seizures, increased susceptibility to induced seizures. They also have a wide range of behavior abnormalities, including the mice are hyperactive, they have deficits in social behavior, and learning and memory problems. And we also found that these mice have reduced action potential firing frequency, and they also have reduced action potential thresholds. So these mice have a combination of both gain and loss of function effects. And so all the data that I'm going to present to you tonight are using these R1620L or RL mutant mice. And so we first wanted to see whether CBD would be protective against induced seizures. And so we used the 6 Hertz seizure induction paradigm. So this is a paradigm in which mice receive an electrical stimulation through the cornea, and then the mouse is released, and we score a behavioral seizure response. So 0 means the mouse has no seizure activity, and then increasing in severity to a 3, where the mouse exhibits a generalized tonic-clonic seizure. And so as expected, the vehicle-treated RL mutants all exhibit a class 2 seizure. And then we observed a dose-dependent increase in protection. So at 320 and 360 mg per kg CBD, we observed protection against 6 Hertz induced seizures in the RL mutants. And so then we next wanted to see whether CBD would also work in another seizure induction paradigm. And so we gave the mice pentylene tetrazole, or PTZ, and we recorded the latency to the first generalized tonic-clonic seizure. And so in this experiment, we used the RL mutants and the wild-type littermates. And so you can see in the solid lines are the RL mutants, and the dashed lines are the wild-type littermates. So the solid black line are the RL mutants given vehicle. And you can see at 200 and 360 mg per kg CBD, we see this rightward shift in the latency, demonstrating an increase in the latency to the first GTCS. And then we also observed the same in the wild-type littermates. So the dashed black line are the wild-type littermates given vehicle. And then we observed this dose-dependent increase in protection. And importantly, at 360 mg per kg CBD, all the wild-type littermates were protected against PTZ-induced seizures. And so then we also wanted to see whether CBD would improve behavior in the mice. And so we wanted to first look at social behavior. And so we used the 3-chamber social interaction paradigm. So in the first part of the task, the mice were measuring levels of sociability. So in this first part of the task, the experimental mouse is given the option to explore a mouse or an empty cage. And as expected, the vehicle-treated wild-type littermates preferred interacting with the mouse compared to an empty cage. And as we previously demonstrated, the RL mutants have normal sociability. So as expected, the vehicle-treated mutants also preferred interacting with the mouse over an empty cage. And importantly, CBD did not alter sociability. So in the second part of the task, we were measuring social discrimination. And so in this trial, the experimental mouse is given the option to explore the familiar mouse, which is the mouse from part 1, or a novel mouse. And as expected, vehicle-treated wild-type littermates preferred interacting with the novel mouse compared to the familiar mouse. And then in this paradigm, we've also showed that the RL mutants have deficits in social discrimination. And so they can't discriminate between the familiar and novel mouse. But after CBD treatment, we were able to, the RL mutants were preferred interacting with the novel mouse compared to the familiar mouse, demonstrating that CBD can restore more normal social discrimination in the mutants. And so then we also wanted to see whether CBD could improve or reduce hyperactivity in RL mutants. And so we used the open field apparatus. And so as you can see here, the vehicle-treated RL mutants traveled farther and faster compared to the vehicle-treated wild-type littermates, demonstrating that the RL mutants are hyperactive. But after CBD treatment, we were able to restore more normal locomotor activity in the mutants. And then we also measured the time spent in the center of the apparatus, which is a measure of anxiety. And importantly, we found that CBD did not change or induce anxiety in the mice. And so one interesting point that we've noticed during these experiments is that the RL mutants have a different response to CBD. And so if you recall the PTZ data, the wild type, we observed more robust protection in the wild type littermates compared to the mutants. And then we also noticed that with higher doses of CBD, the RL mutants actually exhibited a full body tremor, both when the mouse was active and at rest. And we do not observe this phenotype in the wild type littermates at any dose. And so we speculated that maybe the expression of target CBD receptors might be different between mutants and wild type littermates. And so we looked at mRNA expression levels from the whole brain between mutants and wild types. And we found no difference in expression levels of any of these receptors between mutants and wild types. But it is possible that maybe the expression levels of these receptors might be different in distinct brain regions, or even distribution of these receptors might be different as well. And so finally, the last thing we wanted to look at was whether CBD could protect against spontaneous seizures. And this experiment was a bit challenging as well because these mutant mice have such a wide variability in seizure frequency from mouse to mouse. And so what I have shown here is data from one mouse that was implanted with EEG electrodes. And we were able to record baseline EEG recordings before treatment, during CBD treatment, and after treatment. And so this one mouse had a pretty reliable number of seizures at baseline recording. And during CBD, so we gave CBD twice daily for 5 days, and we did not observe any spontaneous seizures. And then after cessation of CBD treatment, we found that this mouse started having seizures again. But again, this data was from one mouse, so it should be interpreted with caution. And it is possible that
what we observed here during CBD treatment could just be variability in seizure frequency. And so we think that to really look at the effect of CBD in SCN8A mouse models, we should use a mouse model that has more frequent spontaneous seizures. And so to summarize, today I've shown you that CBD can increase resistance to induce seizures in the mutants. CBD also restores more normal social behavior and reduces hyperactivity in mutants. And as I had mentioned already, in order to look at the effect of CBD on spontaneous seizures, we think we should use another SCN8A mouse model that has more frequent seizures. But altogether, this data shows that CBD may be therapeutic for patients with SCN8A derived epilepsy. And so I want to thank the Skylab and Dr. Shapiro and our funding sources and everyone for staying here until 10 p.m. to listen to this talk. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I think I can do about it. How does the CBD administer?
It was an IP injection.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks.
Our final talk this evening is Dennis Lau, who's a research scientist. Dennis got his PhD from the University of Cologne in Germany and then came over to MIT and Harvard to do postdoc and is now at the Cleveland Clinic.
Okay, looks like it works. So, first of all, I'm very happy to present today. Thank you very much for the invitation. And it's already quite late, so, and during my time as a student, I worked in a nightclub as a cocktail bartender. So this is actually the time where now really, so unfortunately there are no drinks, but otherwise we could really get going. But so we can do this maybe after the talk. So the beautiful thing is what I'm going to talk about is super easy. So everyone can just relax and comment. This is really not rocket science. What we're doing is just collecting data and trying to visualize that. That's if you want to get the topic of the talk, you can just go now. That's it. But at the end, I really hope that I can really motivate every one of you to think about a little bit more than your individual experiment or your individual data folder you might have, because if you share your data, and I'm talking also to the companies, then you can, add a puzzle piece which might give, the puzzle which is needed to see the bigger picture, right? So it's really important. So I truly believe, so I'm coming from a genomics background, or my lab has analyzed like genomes and exomes. And what we always see is like if we analyze, for example, a child with developmental delay, we know, okay, there are 4 million variants, and then there are about 10 million rare mutations. And we know one of them is it, but which one, right? So coming from that background, I truly believe that the answer for most questions are already there, but we somehow were not able to find them or to look at them the right way. So I personally don't believe that we have to wait 10 years for the answer. That the answer is already there.
You just, everyone in this room here needs to shuffle and to talk, have drinks, and then bring, conversations together, and then we come up with something greater. So it's not something, we have to wait for. So talking about that, so just give some background. I think everyone knows this, but I just want to remind everyone because it's late and everyone wants to stay a very long time. But anyways, so this is how treatment was done in the past, right? You have some variables. You think, okay, looks like a human, and here this is what I read in the textbook about humans, and let's treat it the person that way, right? So, but we're living more and more in a world where we have more and more biomarkers, right? So there's more and more knowledge. Some of this is meaningful, the other ones are not so meaningful, and this is the way that someone who is 80 years in the business, has the world's greatest intuition, can really bring something together, has this magic, right? Because that person has quite a good algorithm, has a lot of data in their archives, and they just bring it together, and they can see patterns which someone who's a newbie has not seen. This is how good care is done currently, right? When I started as a basic scientist to be really involved in the clinical care program, I was super surprised that people scroll through an MRI. So why would you scroll through an MRI if there are algorithms to show you the lesion or whatever, right? But no, people prefer intuition, and there's also a good reason for that, right? So because our algorithms are not that good at the moment, at least. So, but the field is moving, right? So in the next years, we probably move more towards decision support systems, right? So where we have an intuition, but we also have some, algorithms which say, hey, maybe this is something like that. And you as a caring physician or as a biologist, you think, hey, maybe my hypothesis can be a little bit refined, right? So just as, okay, my hypothesis was right. So I feel good because I have, this machine which tells me I might have a good intuition. So, but I think, in the future, we're moving more towards not looking at your single patient or your 3 patients you have in your cohort. You're really moving on population level. So this is, I think, nothing new, right? And if you visit the conference, you see that this type of topic is brought over and over and over. And this is why we do registries, right? And this is why we talk together. That's why we compare mice. And that's why we do different assays. So nothing new. However, what is really important to understand for this principle is that we need to have data which is collected, which is shared, right? And especially for rare disease, we had super high risk that we have data silos. Because there are a couple leaders for this and that, and as an academic, right? So we need to also be a little bit protective to secure our grants, to have our own research profile, and so on and so forth. So we need to think about this, right? So, and I think there are ways how to individually benefit while succeed in your own careers while still contributing to the bigger picture. And this is something I think very important to consider. And otherwise we will not move there, right? We will be stuck that we have 10 experts on a specific disease who can, do, let's say, 70% of great quality, and we will have thousands of people who can do 10% of quality care. And this is not what we want, right? So we want to have distributed knowledge that we can give the best care possible all over the world. So therefore, we need to have platforms in place which enable, matching patients to the precision therapy, which will be available where they really benefit most, right? So otherwise, we have the therapies, but we don't know the patient who would actually benefit from it. So then we give the perfect therapy, the 2 wrong patients, and then everything goes to trash, and this therapy will not use anymore because bad things happen. So we need to avoid that. So
our group tries really to, so we cannot do anything really good. So we have to think about, hey, maybe we can do good things with knowledge from other people. So we thought about this through a while. So being involved in the gene discovery tradition, like since 10 years, we have identified many genes in large consortia with several of you here involved in this room. We observe, there's a game plan. We identify the gene, then some people then will look at the gene, will look at their own cohorts, look at a couple of patients, and will identify drugs which you should not take because it's fairly obvious. For example, Dravet and sodium channel blockers. If you give someone who has a specific biological etiology a drug which is harmful, you find that very fast once you can group your individuals by their etiology. However, the next step is to really repurposing and then drugs which work and blah blah blah. So, however, this process is very slow, and I don't want to talk about variant interpretation because this is something which is not really moving forward at all. So, we have this word like gain of function, loss of function, which we already learned is not even really capturing the full vector space of disease on a molecular level. And if you ask, for example, 100 families to ask their treating physician, does my child have gain of function or loss of function? 99% of care providers will not be able to answer this and might even not have ever heard of that principle, which is a big problem, right? So we need to really educate and provide better care globally. So our team is really specialized on genetic variant interpretation. So we are very trained in bioinformatics and using molecular data and all kinds of protein data, put this into algorithms, use the American College of Human Genetics and genomics guidelines, refine them, and try to make sense out of variants. So, and we give quite a bit of training globally in South Africa, South America, or in the US and Europe and so on. We give regular workshops. So, for example, at the Cleveland Clinic, I'm training all the residents and fellows in genetic variant interpretation. So, it's only so much you can do. Still, when I go to a conference like this, there's 99% of people who see or look at genetic test results, they cannot go beyond has been seen in controls or not. And this is just a proxy for is likely pathogenic or not. There's no biological meaning behind is it being seen under a person. So there's much more to be done, but the communication from the expert level to the individual care provider is going slow, and even at people who come to this conference. And think about most people don't go to conference like this one. So the next way we try to solve or to educate the environment more was that we have, like, for example, online seminars, which, like, for example, a couple thousand people look at. But and even, like, for example, I organized the biggest epilepsy genetics conference 2 years ago, which had people from 28 countries, and it was almost 4 days, including a parent advocacy group session on genetic epilepsy mechanism, treatment, and so on and so forth. But still, everywhere I go, people are not really able to use genetics in the way, for example, our group is able to do, because we spend all the time on it, And this is still a problem. So there's a big gap between optimal care and what is possible if you put in a bunch of experts into one room compared to what the average care provider will give. And this is, I think, a huge problem when it comes to the precision drugs, which have therapeutic windows. They either treat, for example, this SCN8A, the disorder which is version 1 or version 2, and probably it's even more complicated. So, and if we don't figure out how to identify the disease mechanism of the child, then we will not be able to give the drug which targets that mechanism. So, big problem. So, the latest version how our group tries to tackle this is now with the portal, and I'm already learning. I think that might be not the last way we have to think about this, but I think it's still currently the best way for moving forward. So finally, I hope I motivated everyone now to get a little bit pumped and listen now to the portal. So overall, this was released 2 days ago. It's publicly online, and it's a big effort from many. And I hope after this meeting, more of you reach out. So I want to have all the natural history study data. I want to have all the functional data, all the mouse data, and we have a meeting in January, and then we integrate all this data. Tobias here specialized in integrating data, and Arthur's specialized on aggregating information videos, and we come to this what that means in a second. So the website is online, and but don't play now. Now it's time here to just look and relax. So again, it's a big effort from many, and our group is just doing the website and aggregating things. And we have the about page, which looks like this, and we hope really that gives credit to many people who contribute. So if you contribute, you can also be here, and you can show this to your friends and show that you are part of a cool group of people who like to help, other people. So what is this about? So overall, we try to develop something, and really the way I phrase it is try, and really I need your help to make it really the way it is useful. That should be a one-stop shop. So what do I mean with this? This should be a resource if you are a family who's newly diagnosed with this for the first time, this genetic testing report, and there's suddenly, for example, SCN8A listed, and you type it in Google, or you are a treating physician who maybe has 3 patients with SCN8A in their care, and they just want to learn what is the latest knowledge about SCN8A. Or you're a genetic counselor and you want to really understand, is that the US still in the US, or is it now really a gain of function variant, or what is known about this? Or you are a scientist and you want just to get your papers more cited, and you want to share because you can link it in here and can explore things. Or you are a pharmaceutical company and you have a big program on, let's say, loss of function variants in SCN3A or SCN8A, and you don't want to announce it to someone, but you want to play with the world's largest data set to just inform your program. So, and you don't want to tell anyone, but you still want to play with it, and you want to have access. So this website should serve it all. So, currently, we have around about 1,200 patients with a genetic variant in one of the 4 sodium channels, which cause developmental disorder included, like SCN1A, 2A, 3A, 8A, and around about 400 functional experiments. These are basically in vitro assays, which measure the function of the gene. So, and we are expecting another 800 functional readouts in the next month. So we have commitment because we are involved in the Center Without Walls from George, for example, and have also some high throughput mutagenesis assay on the way from collaborators, and that will be all integrated before publication, accessible for everyone. So they are really living data sharing here, and to benefit the community. There's no personal interest in it. And I'm presenting today because I'm here, and others from our group are not here, but this is a community project, just to be very clear. So on this basic page, you can observe that we have, for example, expert curated registry data. So this is not just some data, this is expert curated data for example, patients with SCN1A, 2A, 3A, or 8A. And, you can explore this data and can get an intuition about the, phenotypic spectrum for a disorder. And this is also a lot of, work from our collaborators, which share not only their published data, but also unpublished information. And then you can explore, for example, what is this seizure phenotype by variant, and so on for the different sodium channel genes, and you can do comparisons. So this gives people who see for the first time or first time confronted with, for example, a gene disorder, the ability to develop an intuition. You see, for example, there's no temporal lobe epilepsy, or there's no polymicrogyria or something like this. So you can get an intuition and see how it's not like a very early onset disease. I see that the truncating variants are a little bit later in onset compared to the missense variants for some diseases. And typically, many people apparently have some cognitive problems as well. And we are in the process to adding more and more layers to this. So, and this really depends on, everyone contributing data, which can be summarized in a way that it can be displayed here.
So the next thing what we have done is that we really try to empower families, and this is all, even to be honest, also physicians. So we generate these videos, and actually Arthur is doing this, where we, for example, have then the information here, what is a gene, what is a sodium channel, what is the history of that knowledge what we have for a certain gene disorder, what kind of treatments are currently recommended, and what is the molecular function of the disease. And we have this now for multiple sodium channel, different sodium channel disorders, and we are producing at the moment videos which are targeted towards physicians, and other videos, why should I participate in a clinical trial, what is an ASO, and so on, or what is a nonsense-mediated decay, all these kind of things which you can take and then educate yourself and to be a little bit more literate in this genetic terminology. And this is really just the beginning, hopefully. So the next step is that we link out to all family organizations which we are aware of, and if you know more, please encourage us. And you can see here now an overview, and you can link out these organizations that people who come to this webpage have the opportunity to get more support. So, and I think this will be very important because through the way how we design the website and how we pull people into the website from YouTube, because our videos are hosted on YouTube and sharing for everyone, you can use it. This website will get very high ranks in Google. So if we predict it right, that will be sooner or later be the #1 page if you type in, for example, SCN8A. And that's why it's really important for us that we link out through the family organization advocacy groups. And again, if you have ideas how to design this better, or if more or want to actively help us doing videos or translate these videos, for example, some of these videos have already been translated into 9 languages. Please. And one note also, I think by around 10 days from now, the website will be available in all major common languages, because we can add like a Google API, which can translate this website. So and our goal is really to include also really the Asian and African countries, not saying also anyways also other countries, but because there's a lot of things happening, but our cohorts and registries are really dominated by people with a European ancestry, and we want to change that. Okay, so what else can we do? So this is now where it becomes a little bit more advanced. So we have also an interface where you can submit a variant, and you can then learn how many patients we have in our expert curated registries. And again, this resource has 1,200 patients included, so there's nothing even close to this in that size, which is also clinical data. And every patient has been expert curated, like experts from like Elena and others here in the room. So and we're already in contact also with Michael. So I'm fairly optimistic that we will be able to integrate even more data. So, but again, this is a community project. We have different levels of granularity. We have different ways how data is collected in different sites, and it needs really a big, group of people to aggregate this data in a meaningful way. And we are really interested in longitudinal data, so that's why the natural history study data is really, really important to us. And I really, really hope that we get all the data from the companies which is generated now, because in such a framework, it serves a greater good. Okay, so in this current version, what we have here now, you can submit a variant, and then you get the information if the variant has been seen in the general population, which is typically important for genetic counselors in just one click. You see, for example, here this variant has been observed in like 10 patients with SCN8A, but you get also the information if that has been observed in paralogous genes like SCN2A. This is important also for genetic counselors and some also for biologists, but I don't want to go much more into details. So the next thing is you might be interested not only in that specific variant you have just submitted, you might also be interested in variants which are very close by, because hypothesis might be, hey, if that variant leads that
variants very close by, they might have a similar molecular mechanism of disease. And the more you have variants, you might feel more strong in your hypothesis. So, and this is what you can explore here. And you see that you have, we had like around about 10 very exact same variants, but we have like 20 or 30 variants which are really in close approximation. And we have hundreds of variants which are that domain. So, and then you have also all the functional readouts there, and you can see, hey, is that a domain or like a linker or a helix, whatever, which is a little bit more, gain of functioning-ish. And then we have also, shown this in a second, a little bit more bioinformatic heavy tools, which can even give you more information about the structure and so on. And then we have integrated some bioinformatics scores, but it's work in progress, where you can compare your variant compared to all other patient variants and control variants and see how they score are behaving. So, the next step, what we have is a research interface, and this is really important for the companies and biologists. So here we have now the data from 1,200 individuals, and as well as 400 electrophysiological readouts integrated and connected with on linear protein sequence, and have developed this interface. And you can see this on top, where you can either select a gene, a domain, or a function readout like gain of function or loss of function, or a phenotype like degree of developmental delay. And you then can filter the whole data set based on this table on top. So you can have, for example, like a hypothesis that you only want to see variants which are gain of function in SCN8A and in SCN8A, and just want to explore how they cluster. Are they clustering in certain regions of the protein more compared to other regions? So this is something you can see now. So you use this interface, and you can see that the variants now on the structure are changing. In black are control variants, so you can even compare to the general population and see some hypotheses if you are interested in specific regions. So this is a little bit more for people who really want to study this protein sequence and structure and learn a little bit about individual variants. And the good thing is really that it's connected also to the clinical data, that you can look at different properties across different readouts. So what do I mean with this? So you can see now that we changed now the interface to the clinical one, and you can see that we have a variety of clinical readouts, and you can filter now again your data set. For example, you're only interested in variants which are loss of function. You can see now in which domains they are located and which phenotypes they are and which genes have certain readouts. You can see that the seizure onset changed quite a bit if you only look at variants which lead to loss of function, and so on and so forth. So again, the website is online. You can play with this and go nuts. So the next thing is that we have, so these are now the function readouts mapped on the structure. And you can see, for example, only variants in SCN8A now, which we have here, and which are, for example, loss of function. And you can see now where they are located in this framework. And so it enables use some exploration of the data where you need, for example, otherwise a structural biologist for which might spend like a whole week doing this single plot, and we have it interactive here like in seconds. And again, you have the world's largest data set in hand to explore some hypotheses. So finally, Tobias has just recently developed this interface here where you can compare also different groups. You can, for example, select one group, which is colored here now in green, and the other one is colored in blue. And you can then say, hey, I'm interested in variants which are, for example, gain of function, and I want to compare them to variants which are loss of function. And then you can display them now in the graphs below, and can do really direct comparisons. So you can then test your hypothesis, and you can see, for example, here that the blue variants are different compared to these greenish variants on structure, but you can also see that the phenotype is different. So you can query different kind of scenarios. So at the end, it's something what we tried to develop to enable hypothesis testing, and I can imagine that this can be done better, right? So from our perspective, we are really not good biologists or something, nor we are clinicians, but we can do websites quite good. So if you have really good ideas what we should display and what would be useful for the community, just let us know, right? So this is the whole idea. And one thing what you have noticed here, there's no mouse data, it's just electrophysiological data. If you have a variant where there's a mouse and you have some readouts and you have a great paper which should be linked, or there's a short summary about that that mouse. We are super happy to just display that. Once someone, either in the summary table, so here are all the mice models, or if someone submits that variant, you can just say, hey, there's a mouse, or like 3 amino acids nearby, or in an angstrom bubble or whatever, there is a mouse which has been tested, and we would love to show this. So please share your data, then we can do more. So there are some acute more next steps which are going on for the next weeks and months. So we will add all these, we translate the websites in more languages. We add a user board where we give patient advocacy group leaders and experts the opportunity to be moderators and can lead these user boards. Then we will produce way more videos which will hopefully empower more and more people. And we want to have more data. So it's very short and just very important. So if you know people with data, just send them the link and we can add them to this movie credits kind of about page. And it's really a community project which really builds on people who are supporting it. So one last thing I want to show you, and this is just data collection is one thing, just descriptive looking at data is another thing, and let's do something cool. And here's an example of what we have done for SC1A. So for SC1A, we had a project where we collected data from a lot of people who have large international cohorts, and this is now like around about 1,000 people who have a variant in SC1A. I think it's the largest study so far done for monogenic disorder and monogenic neurodevelopmental disorder, where clinical and genetic data is available. And what we did is something very simple. We just looked at, is there a difference between the mildest version of from the epilepsy phenotype and the most severe one? So we compared Dravet versus GAPS+. And we looked at quite a range of clinical variables for these 1,000 people, and looked also at the genetic differences, and we developed a new score. So, and what we very fast learned was that the genetic score was very different, but also the seizure age of onset was very different between both groups. So the mild GAPS+ and the Dravet syndrome. So, and we noticed also when we did some statistics that these factors were independent from another. And then we did a very simple machine learning model, so which at the end is a simple regression model, and combined these things. And the really cool thing was that we had now a predictor which was genetic based and clinical data based. And that predictor could, in our own data set, give with 85% accuracy, could predict, hey, this variant and combined with that seizure onset will definitely lead to Dravet syndrome with 85% accuracy. And this is something you can really apply after the first seizure onset, right? So when the child is, for example, 6 months old. And this is really clinically valuable for those who are not treating physicians. We don't have to wait, or you should still wait some, but you have one reason to treat maybe a little bit earlier. And this is in the age of targeted therapies very important. So the cool thing was we found 2 more groups, and one was from Ingrid Scheffer, which many of you know, and one other group in Belgium. And we thought, hey, let's blindedly test our prediction model. And we tested it, and you can see that 9.5 times to or 9 times out of 10 times, we predicted correctly in these really prestigious groups, which are expert curated, and we analyzed again blindedly. We only received the variants, we didn't receive the phenotypes, and we have a very good accuracy. And the cool thing is we can develop like another website where you can just enter the variant, you can enter the seizure onset, and what you get is a probability if your patient develops a severe disease or not. So the same message what Michael also had in his talk and today is data is good for education, and we definitely need it to also spark hypothesis for biologists. But also we're living in an age now where we can, play and try to develop algorithms which can be decision support tools for people who may not be the world's experts. So here we bring basically the expert knowledge from 1,000. Or what we have learned from 1,000 patients available for everyone. So I would not advocate to use this as a decision tool for diagnosing a patient, but I would just use it as a maybe independent observation just to look in and just support your own intuition or not. And if we develop and integrate more data into portals, we can build this for everything. We can build this for response to a certain therapy. We can do this for a trajectory. Is it more likely to develop mild or severe disease? And we can, there's many things possible once you have a lot of data in one place and which is curated. And so curation needs experts and experts we have in the room. So with this, I will close this talk. I just want to point out that we have a bunch of other portals also going on at this meeting. And we are really looking forward to collaborate. We cannot do anything, but we can bring a lot of things together. And it would be really nice if, I think we will have now a drink in the bar downstairs. So if many of you guys would join us or send us an email tomorrow, it's also fine. And then we can collaborate. And thank you.
All right, everyone. As Dennis said, I think he hit the nail on the head for how we like to roll after this always extended meeting. Thank you guys all for your patience with us, and we are definitely going to head to the bar and continue conversations there. But I do want to just have a couple of closing remarks very quickly, I promise. And it's just thank yous, really. Thank you, first of all, to our sponsors who made this event possible and continue to make it possible year after year: Praxis, Neurocrine, Zogenix, and Greenwich. Thank you to John and Minaj, as always, stepping up to be co-chairs and running this event with us. We're so grateful. Thank you to everyone who spoke today. I just am constantly impressed by the openness that this community shows with their information, their knowledge, their questions, and their compassion. So thank you. And everyone who attended at home and here in person, and our families, of course, always. And most of all, I just want to take a moment to ask my volunteers to stand up, because these women, Casey, Shelley, Karen, Marianne, and Megan, do a huge amount of labor to make this event happen every year. It was a tremendous lift this year. They make it look easy, and it's absolutely extraordinary to work with these women. And they tuck behind in the corners, and you don't notice necessarily always, but in particular, Megan has been working tirelessly back there to make this event happen, and for months leading up to this. So thank you all. Thank you, everyone, and let's have a drink.